and the initiative generated by the DTR, but also thanks to the virtuous role of the university. I think the Politecnico of Bari, University of Bari, and University of Salento, and to a dynamic industrial sector that has full grasped the opportunity to invest in this world that is becoming quickly strategic for safety, transport, and ecological transition. In Puglia, the aerospace industry employs a total of 8,000 people with significant growth, especially in the space sector, and a turnover of over €1.5 billion. To complete the picture, there are here very modern laboratories, graduate and postgraduate students, incubators such as the ESABIC of Brindisi, Digital Innovation Hub, test bed, and the modern spaceport of Grottaglie. Here we have a system in constant growth and consolidation. During this day, we will have teams and live demonstration that will bring us closer to us of USA or for transport of goods, and in this moment, advanced experiments are being carried out by logistic giants for environmental monitoring. Very useful here is the use to the fight against the spread of the killer olive tree bacterium, the plague of Xylella, as well as in healthcare for retrieval the medical instrument or medicines, for hydrological monitoring for territories, for the security and the control of the city. In this sense, the theme of this Kermesse, the development of innovative air service in smart city, points to new horizon that will allow municipality to integrate new service to make the benefit of technological innovation even more tangible in the life of the urban cities. In Puglia, era of the ancient Magna Graecia, the creativity of experimentation at the service of community has just a new life. The aim is to make drone experiments interconnected to sustainable, which from exceptional elements will become more and more quickly an important part of our everyday life. The last consideration, I am a journalist of Gazzetta del Mezzogiorno that are studying the world of aerospace, and I believe that the sustainable development of the drone can make our city not only safer or more sustainable. And I believe that the drone can see us more beautiful city with the image, I think from above, the image of the Lolita TV series with the wonderful Luisa Ranieri on Rai Uno. But I think that the drones also more can make our city more just. Drone can become a tool of social justice and welfare. Thank you for your attention, and now I invite to come here for the welcome and institutional briefing Alessandro Dell'Inoci, assessore regionale allo sviluppo economico. A te la parola, Alessandro.
Good morning to all, buongiorno a tutti. Thanks a lot for this opportunity. I'm here to say welcome, but I'm here to represent this opportunity for Apulia region. Every year we see here for develop a strategy about a drone, about aerospace sector, about spaceport. Now the project is in finally round, and we are sure that ENAC, the Italian government, a government help us to develop the Italian spaceport. And I want to say thanks to municipality of Bari to explain the use of the drone for the normal use for the smart cities. As our sector, for example, ARPA, that help us for environment analysis, use, for example, for ILVA or other particular sector. And I want to say thanks to the District of Aerospace, because you, Giuseppe Acerno, think that this is not only industrial sector, but this is a great opportunity for attractive startups, industrials, firms, and now for us, this sector is a great sector of industrial for Apulia region. And I'm sure that you see the future before us. So thank you. Good work.
Thanks to Alessandro Dell'Inoci for the Apulia region. And now it's the moment of Antonio Messeni Petruzzelli for the Poliba University.
Good morning to everybody. First of all, let me bring the greetings from our rector, Professor Cupertino, that unfortunately cannot be here for other institutional commitments. I will just spend a few words about this event. I think that now the Apulia region, as also discussed by the previous speaker, is playing a crucial role in the aerospace sector, in which the themes of new forms of mobility cannot be considered, in my opinion, as an exploration, as a frontier, but as the reality. We have to imagine new forms of mobility in which drone, of course, represents a critical role. We know the issue, of course, of Amazon that is experimenting new forms of delivery using drone, but in this specific segment, our university, together with the other players of this region, is trying to contribute to foster the development of our region. Let us just mention a couple of elements. For instance, together with other companies in the Polytechnic of Bari, we have contributed to develop the Catalyst, which is one of the part of the aerodrome, the engine of the aerodrome. And also, I think this is just one of the pillars of the, let me say, of the research and development pipeline. As also discussed by our Alessandro Dell'Inoci, we have to cover all the supply chain, let me say, all the pipeline, from the research to the capability to transfer this knowledge into the company, but also to the capability to foster the emergence of new company. The case of ESABIC, the Polytechnic with our incubator, the synergy that we are creating between BIMP and ESABIC, I think may represent a critical resource for fostering and promoting the emergence of new company. I think that in our region, we have to consider that, let me say, we start in a certain sense also from some agglomeration of this economy, okay? But now we have to cover this agglomeration of this economy, investing on infrastructure, the case of the test, but by investing on capital resources, human resources, and investing on our capability to bring here, let me say, the mind of the future. Startups and the space, the aerospace industry can be, in my opinion, the new frontier in which investing and which promoting this region. Thanks again.
Thanks. Now it's the moment to call on the stage Giuseppe Acerno for welcoming and institutional greetings and for the introduction. Giuseppe Acerno, President of DTIA.
Thank you, Michele, and good morning to everyone and welcome to Drones Beyond 2023. First of all, I would like to welcome not only my friend, I would say, Eugenio Di Sciascia, which is not only the vice mayor of this city, but is also the man that is giving the best contribution to the realization of the Drones Beyond, which is not only an event, but is an occasion in which we try to put together all the value that we think we have generating along the year. So this is an opportunity that you contribute to give us, to give to your community, I would say to give to Apulia region. has the same job as our vice ministry. Is it correct? Because I do not manage very well sometimes with the way to define the institutions. Alessandro Elinoci, thank you for all the support that your region, the region in which you operate day by day, give us, and also welcome to all the other institutions. Please, I would like to avoid to make a mistake for forgetting someone, and please understand me, but welcome to all the institutions. Welcome also to the agencies. We have many people belonging to agencies in here, and we collaborate along the year with them for us in a valuable way. And we are always honored to have the opportunity to work with EUSPA, with ESA, but also with ENAC, with Eurocontrol, with ENAB. I would say more and more, but again, I would like to avoid. In particular, thank you to the enterprises, to the company. If we are here, it's because they accept the idea to stay with us in order to give a contribution to the push forward of this sector. And in particular, they will give their contribution with demonstrations of operations with drones. We will have a live demonstration and a recorded demonstration. And again, I think we will make the highest concentrations in 2 days of this kind of activities that are along Europe, or maybe one of the most concentrated in terms of quantity and type of operations. They have permitted us to have the exhibition that maybe you have seen in front before coming in this hall, in the other room, and then some of them are, of course, mingled in the hall. And the last but not least, welcome to the students. We have finished the long competition for 1 month, and we have selected 12 secondary schools that now are competing in a drone race. This is the second edition of the Drones Beyond Drone Race. And we do it because we think that is the best way to manage with the innovation technology. Maybe experiencing, using it, understanding, it's the good path to give the opportunity to our, I won't say our country, our Europe, to reinforce its capability to be competitive in the long run. And this is a particular relevant element of all of our initiative, the effort to give space to young students, because I think that all of you belonging from companies, universities, institutions, day by day, try to push hard on his job in order to create new ideas, new projects, new services, new products. But all of us, I think we are convinced that if we do not create a pipeline of knowledge that we can transmit through generation, we risk to lose the gain that we have, that we got till now. And this is a matter not only for our job, it's not a matter only for company, it's also a problem for countries. And from this point of view, I believe that the digital economy can find in the aerospace sector particular leverage to strengthen the competition of the European Union. And I think that we will empower also the people thanks to the new product and services that this technology can create. And our thinking is always directed to the citizen, which is the last, the end of this process, in which, of course, citizens are the one that will get the fruit of what we will be able to do now, today, in the future, in the next years. We thought also 15 years ago, that aerospace could be a key sector for this region, and that's why many things have happened along 15 years. I think that nowadays on the agenda of the institutions, from policymakers, from academy, but from secondary school, on top of their agenda there is always the aerospace. And maybe the biggest conquer that we have reached is the fact that the people, the Apulian citizen, understand the value of this sector, and they start to recognize themselves also with the aerospace. Someone before me has said this is an aerospace region. I think that after so many years of effort from every one of us, I think that it's possible to say that, it is true. And some things are continuing to happen. We have built with all the actors, in particular with the institutions, so regional institutions, but not only regional, a system network in which now we are going to launch the first incubator of the European Space Agency in the south of Italy. It will happen in 10-15 days. We are going the next month to launch the Digital Innovation Hub after a European competition dedicated to aerospace. Thanks to the Apulia region winning a bid, we are investing 11 million euros in the test bed in Grottaglie. And this is the second round of investment. The first one we made with our effort and with the support of INAV and Leonardo. We think that we have to go ahead on this direction. What I want to say just that this is, I think, a good element to contribute to an ambition, which is to support the evolution of this industry in Europe. We have always thought that we are part not of a region, not of a state, we are part of Europe, and our idea is that there are all the conditions to give a contribution to a network of entities, as we are already trying to do, working with other colleagues from other countries to create a network that can really give support to the evolution of these technologies, of this service, not only in the civil dimension, but I would say also in the defense dimension. We have many, many participants from country. Let me underline the presence of friends from Israel. And we really appreciate the fact that although this awful and terrible moment, they have decided to participate to the Drones Beyond, not only as panelists, but also to demonstrate some of the activities that with the municipality of Bari we are running, under the patronage of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Italy, and under the patronage and the support, of course, not only patronage of the Ministry of Innovation of Israel. Now, I want to say only one thing. We are not making the event of the year, of course, but we are really proud of what we are doing. And to be honest, I have to say thank you, in particular to all the colleagues, all the young engineers, all our employees that make this possible, not only make this possible, but give us the reason to keep harder, to push harder, because seeing day by day the organization of this event, with the enthusiastic approach of these young Apulian engineers, maybe is the best result that we could get in order to organize again for the next year a new moment in which together can do something good and something that can be valuable for the European community. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the President Acerno that explained us the pride and the mission of Drawing Beyond. Now I call on the stage Eugenio Di Sciascio, Deputy Mayor of the City of Bari.
Thanks. Welcome to Bari. And it's a pleasure for me to welcome you today here in our city, also on behalf of our Mayor, Antonio De Caro, who unfortunately is in Genova today for the meeting of the mayors, as he is the president of the Italian mayors. And so he asked me to convey his greetings to you for your presence here today. I'm thrilled, really thrilled to be here with you today, because as Giuseppe said before, let me quote him, something is happening here, and I like to say that nothing happens by chance. I think that we've been working on a vision as a city, as a region, as a system in these last few years, because we believe that innovation, also for cities, has to pass through the commitment of all interest actors. The commitment and the idea that you have to, also in cities, you have to look forward, to look beyond, as quoting also the title of this event. As you may know, this is the third year for Drones Beyond and the second year here in Bari. And we've been growing. We've been growing thanks to you, thanks to your presence. I also like to thank the friends from Israel who are sharing with us some of our activities and decided to come here also in the frame of the terrible attacks that they've suffered. Thank you for being here with us today. It will not be forgotten. And I would also like to say something else. When we look at a city, there is I might say, a rhetoric of the smart city. Probably it's been 10 years, 15 years we've been talking about the smart city. We try to have a cross-eye vision on the smart city as a city, trying to bring the digital transformation of the city to the citizens. Not always with perfect effects, but we've done a long road also along that. But we try to have a view looking forward. What it's going to be in the next few years? What are going cities to be in the next few years? And this is the thing, I think, the real answer as pro tempore administrators we have to give them, to give to the citizens. And so the activities that we've been doing here, and the ones that also Giuseppe Acerno mentioned, also in the framework of our Casa delle Tecnologie Emergenti, and also in the framework of the Drone Living Lab we founded together with the city administration and DTA, try to look at the way the city will be in the next 5, 10 years. We owe it to our citizens today to look forward. You have to have roads that are fine, that don't have holes in it, but this is not the only work you have to do. Cities have to look forward. Things happen in cities. Cities have become a center all over the world of activities, and as municipalities, we have also changed. We've been changing the way we think of our work. And so this is part of the vision of our city. And we're really glad that you could be here to share with us your activities, because we believe in the paradigm of the learning city. We believe that cities have to learn. And your presence here, the demonstrations, the activities, and also the follow-up that will follow are part of this paradigm. We have to learn. We can't use old ways, because cities are changing, citizens are changing, and we owe to them to be able to give you new directions. So this is our efforts, obviously a small one, but we're part of a system. Bari, in the last year, became the 5th city in Italy in terms of innovative startups. We are currently one of the 10 tech cities of Italy, regardless of our size, of our actual size. Because we are working together. This is the first and foremost thing, with universities, with the region, with all stakeholders, with companies. Both those are present here since 12, 20, 30 years ago, but also the new ones. We're trying our best to build together a real innovation ecosystem. So it's a bet, but we think that we hope to win it for the benefit of our economy, our city, and our citizens. So thanks again for being here, and we hope that also tomorrow will be a better weather, because, you know, when you come to Bari, you probably don't expect rain, but sometimes rain is needed, but we hope that tomorrow should be better, also because we should have also an event, drone feast, drone festival, and drone light show. So we hope that the weather helps us and supports us. So thanks again for being here. and good work for the rest of this event. Thanks again.
Thanks to Professor Eugenio Di Sciascio, illustrated us the challenge of modernization with smart city in the Bari. Now it's the moment of the first keynote speech about EU policy for drone industry. And we hear now from the voice of Giancarlo Crivellaro, Aviation Safety Drone Policy of the European Commission, how the European Union is working to foster the flourishing of a European drone industry. And now we attend Giancarlo Crivellaro. Only one moment. The keynote speech is about EU policy for drone industry. Only one moment. Benvenuto, dottor Crivellaro, prego. In English. In English. In English.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you have a much better weather down in Bali than here in Brussels. Pretty rainy today. And I would like to thank l'Istituto Tecnologico Aerospaziale and the City of Bali for the invitation. Conscious that you may be now a bit delayed in your schedule for the meeting today. So my question is whether I should hurry up or what would it time available? Hello?
You have 10 minutes.
Okay. I'll be quick then. So just a quick recap of the history with the EASA, adoption of the EASA, new EASA basic regulation. Drones are now falling within the scope of EU of the EU. Very quickly after this integration of drones within the scope of the EU competence, EASA submitted its opinion for a set of regulations applicable to drones, which were adopted in 2019. These are the famous Regulation 945 and 947. In 2020, the European Commission adopted the Communication on Sustainable and Smart Mobility strategy, which, among many actions, more than 80 actually, in order to lead to the decarbonization and digitalization of transport, two specific initiatives were announced for drones. One was the adoption of the EU Space Regulatory Framework, which was adopted in 2021, and the Drone Strategy 2.0, which was adopted last year in November. There are basically three market segments when considering the drone sectors. And the first one, which corresponds to new concept and definition, which has been established at EU level by EASA, is the concept of innovative air mobility, which covers drones with vital capabilities to be used for application in urban environment and congested airspace. And this innovative air mobility falls within the category of innovative aerial services. So basically, you have on the left side of the slides aerial operation. These are all the operation performed with small drones for inspection, surveillance, mapping. Drones, of course, existed before, a long time. They've been there for a long time. But what is new is these new aircraft types, which are now allowing for operation in very low-level airspace. So under innovative air mobility, we have urban air mobility in congested environment, but also regional transport and international transport. This innovative air mobility covers both manned eVTOL aircraft and unmanned eVTOL aircraft. So you have on one hand the market with more drones for aerial operations, which is done by drone operators, whether for internal purpose or external purpose, and then the future development of mobility, cargo, and passengers alike. And the third market is the U-Space market. And this is a fundamental prerequisite for the launching of BVLOS operation. Without U-Space, it's more difficult to start operating scalable operations in urban environment, notably with drones of all size. And the adoption of the regulatory framework in 2020 should also allow for, 21 should also allow for the harmonization of traffic management and at the same time establish a competitive market for drones. The creation of a U-Space airspace is based on an airspace risk assessment, which is being developed by the competent authorities. They are in charge of designating a U-Space airspace. This can be triggered by different elements at the request of drone operators, but also at the request of local communities and cities. The airspace risk assessment will determine the necessary services and performance requirements, and the overall EU regulatory framework, which is applicable, is ensuring that U-Space service providers and EU's drone operators are able to be subject to the same type of rules across the whole EU. The different players in the creation of the U-Space airspace and the running of the airspace airspace are the authority for the definition of the airspace risk assessment, the U-Space service providers. They have to provide at least a minimum set of 4 services, which will allow for increased situational awareness and facilitate the interaction between unmanned and manned aircraft, and allow for the safe integrated ATM and U-Space traffic management operation. The Common Information Service, it can be single or distributed, will allow for the transfer of static and dynamic data, enabling the provision of U-Space airspace. And the air traffic service providers remain in charge of manned aircraft operating in the airspace designated by the competent authority, and will ensure the dynamic reconfiguration of U-Space airspace when a manned aircraft is entering a U-Space airspace. Manned aircraft must be carrying a conspicuous device so as to allow the USSP provider and the ATSP to take appropriate action and ensure the dynamic reconfiguration of the U-Space airspace. We are in the process of establishing U-Space airspace at member states level because, as I said, they are in charge of defining the U-Space airspace, but they receive also support from other partners like Eurocontrol and CSRGU, and also the network of U-Space demonstrators, which also provides support in the creation of U-Space airspace. And having now covered the 3 main areas, the small drones, the large drone for transport of cargo and passengers, and the U-Space service providers, this brings me to the Drone Strategy 2.0, which was adopted last year. And it is based on 2 main areas. The first one is to further build the European drone services market. And the second one is to strengthen European civil and defense industry synergies and capabilities. Within these 2 main objectives, we have every time 5 action areas, which a number of flagship actions, which are 19 in total. The drone strategy also includes several recommendations, which are not mentioned here, but which are also addressed to other parties. What I will now present is those which are of indirect reach of the EU institutions and agencies like CSRGU, EASA, of course, and also partners organizations like Eurocontrol. So the first action area is to improve airspace capabilities, and Flagship Action 1 announced a proposal to amend the SERA rules, the Standardized European Rules of the Air, and also establish common requirements for providers of ATM ANS to allow safe and orderly use of drones in the specific and certified category, as well as piloted eVTOL operation. Under Flagship Action 2, the research undertaken at EU level in the field of CNS technologies include all technologies used for ATM, but also to support use-based, innovative air mobility, drone integration, as well as the higher airspace operation. So we want to, in the long run, ensure that there is an integrated system for both manned and unmanned aircraft. The second action area concerns the use of small drones for aerial operations. We currently have two standard scenarios, and Flagship Action 3 is pleading for adoption of new standard scenarios as they facilitate the operation by drone operators, as they can then start operating without a prior authorization. Flagship Action 7 concerns the rule for the certified category. We have at the moment for OEMs operators more than 77 projects in urban air mobility out of 242 globally, and therefore there is a need for having common rules for the certified category. These rules should be rolled out, covering the certification of the aircraft, but also the operators and the remote pilot. This new regulatory framework is currently under preparation, as EASA recently proposed an opinion to cover these operations. Flagship Action 5 concerns the rule applicable to certified vertiports, for which EASA will propose new rules insofar as they fall under the scope of the EASA basic regulation. The current rules for entering market access in air transport date back to 2008 with Regulation 1008/2008, and there is a consideration that those rules, economic rules and financial conditions for accessing the market should be more suited and tailor-made to the need of drone operators. So there is also a plan to review those rules to integrate the new unmanned dimension in the airspace and the entrance in the EU market. To facilitate sustainable and social acceptance, the European Commission funded a pilot project initiated by the European Parliament and currently implemented by EASA, which is the creation of an innovative air mobility hub, which will be a platform that will support authorities, cities, operators, stakeholders to implement urban air mobility in urban environment. Under Action Area 5, there is a need to ensure that there are sufficient skills and competencies available, drone specialists that will be able to operate the drones remotely. So having common rules for the remote pilot, which skills should be in line with the continuous advancing technological development. I'm now coming to the second main area, which is to strengthen European civil and defense industry capabilities. Here again, we work closely with our agencies, the European Defense Agency, which is associated to the implementation of those flagship actions. On the Flagship Action 9, the drone sectors being still at an early stage and requires further financial support, notably in research and innovation, in order to be able to reach economically sustainable maturity. So through the Commission funds and the European Investment Bank, there are tools available, financial products that can support innovation for drones and urban air mobility. And in particular, the European Investment Bank Guide to Finance for Drone Projects, which maps out the advisory and financial products that can be potentially used by drone operators to support investment in drones, depending on the area of the investment and the maturity of the market. Under Flagship Action 10, the Commission intends to set up a coordinated series of calls for under existing EU financial instruments, including EIB instruments to support new flagship projects on drone technologies that can also provide synergies with the defense sectors. We also would like, as stated in the drone strategy, facilitate the exchange of between civilian and defense communities, especially in the area of critical technologies. So there will be also process to encourage dual use for research and development at EU level in order to implement medium to long-term programs for the development of those technologies corresponding to the interest of both the civil and the military sectors. In order to pave the way for that, there is a need to define a strategic drone technology roadmap, which is still ongoing as we speak under the Drone Research Centers initiative to further set out the priorities for research and innovation and identify the critical strategic drone technologies that needs to be further developed. This covers artificial intelligence, detect and avoid, the use of semiconductors, new propulsion system, C2Link, which are more resilient to cybersecurity, the whole issue of energy storage, batteries, and so on. Under Flagship Action 13, we would like to develop, together with partners organizations like Eurocontrol, at ICAO and ITU level, more radio frequencies available and protected spectrum for drone operations. And under Flagship Action 14, the important area, which is to develop a network of joint civil defense collaborative field testing of drone demonstrators in order to enhance the cooperation between civil and military, in order to optimize the use of airspace and facilitating trial operation, which can benefit to both sectors. So I think I've been disconnected, but I don't know for long. I hope you can still hear me.
Yes. Yeah, Doctor, have you finished the report? Have you got finished?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello?
Have you got finished? Yes. Okay. Thanks to Dr. Crivellaro, who illustrated us the work and the attention of the European Commission for the civil and the defense industry of a drone. Now it's the moment of the keynote speech about innovative air service, the state of the art and the maturity at international level. I call here Paola Olivares, Director Osservatorio Droni e Mobilità Aerea Avanzata del Politecnico di Milano. Paola Olivares, who heads the most important observatory dedicated to evolution of the drone sector with a special focus on their market.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the invitation. It's a real pleasure to be here with you today, presenting some results of drones and Advanced Air Mobility Observatory. I am Paola Olivares, and I am the director of this observatory. Before starting, just some few words on what the observatory is and how we work. So, Drones and Advanced Air Mobility Observatory was born in 2019, stemming the competencies of Management Engineering Department from one side and Aerospace Engineering Department from the other, with the aim to be an unbiased and stable point of reference for the study and monitoring of the UAS sector. Our activities are based on these four main pillars, so research, networking, communication, and continuous update. But let's go in the topic of the presentation. So, as Giancarlo said, the development of the drone market is based on two main components. So, the development of use space from one side and the development of innovative aerial services from the other. So, in this case, we are considering aerial operation and innovative air mobility. So, in my presentation, I will focus on the part of innovative aerial services. So, with the observatory, we try to understand which are the main applications and at international level, and to do so, we conducted an international census that is based on more than 70 newspapers, and we found 1,242 international application cases from January 2019 to May 2023. Those application cases are widespread, so they are worldwide. The main continents are Europe, America, and Asia. And if we see at single countries, we have for Europe, Italy, but naturally it's simpler for us to find some news about applications in Italy. In America, we have USA, and in Asia, we have China. If we look at the application, you can see the main application listed in this slide. So the main two are inspections, for example, of power line that counts the 31% of the all application cases we found, and the transport, so both in the component of transportation of goods and people. If we see at the sector of applications, the main two are the public administrations. So, for example, all the applications related to law enforcement or so on and so forth, and logistics. So, for the transportation of goods, common goods, but also all the part of the medical delivery. Naturally, not all these application cases are in an operative stage, so just the 50% of them are operative, so they are projects that has placed side by side or that have replaced the traditional way in which companies carry out the activities. The 34% are experimentation, so tests or demos, and the 22% are projects that are aimed to solve a specific or a limited need, so the so-called one-time projects. But with the observatory, we try to understand if this representation is enough to understand the level of maturity of the application cases. And naturally, the answer is not. So in order to understand which is the maturity of the application cases, we developed a drones maturity model that is based on 5 main axes. So the first one is the implementation status, so the slide that I showed you before. Then we have the organization and the internal expertise, outside collaboration, the technology, and the data collected by drones. In order to understand the maturity of the Italian companies, we did a survey to medium and large Italian companies We finished it last week, so these data are pretty new. And with this data, we start understanding the level of maturity. So starting with organization and internal expertise, we asked the companies if they have an organizational structures that is very structured for the development of project with drones. And we discovered that the half of companies that answer our survey have an embryonic organization. So just one or few people in the organization deal with drones, but in a residual part of their time. On the other side, we have the one company out of 5 that have a diffuse organization, so have a drone business unit dedicated with a multidisciplinary team. If we look at outside collaboration, we ask companies if they have collaboration with external service providers of drone-based solution or services. And so here the situation is really polarized. So the 35% told us that have a collaboration with one or more technology provider, external technology providers, and in many cases this collaboration is a strategic one, so they have a strategic collaboration with their partners. From the other side, the 36% of companies don't have any collaboration with service providers. So they develop and manage all internally, so they booked drones, they trained pilots, and they conduct all the activities with their own dependents. If we look at the technology, we ask a company what type of drones and payload do they use for carrying out activities. And we discovered that in almost all situations, the companies use commercial drones and payload. There are some cases in which they use an ad hoc drone, an ad hoc payload, a customized one, and this is the case of the application, the more complex application that need a dedicated infrastructure, a dedicated platform. For what concerns data, we ask company which is the modality on which they collected data and how they process them. And so we discovered that most of companies collect data, process data after the end of the activity. So they carry out the activity and then they process data, both with an automatic ad hoc software or with a manual operator. So there is an operator that do this activity. Just a few companies have a real-time processing of data, and so I think that this depends on the type of activity that you have to conduct and the type of analysis that you have to do. So with all these 5 axes, we define also some steps of implementation that can describe more deeply the maturity. For time constraints, I cannot go in depth with this, but if you have some questions, surely I am at your disposal. Just to start, to finish, sorry, some reasons for the adoption or not of drones and some priorities. For the reasons that company told us in order to don't use drones are in most cases that they think that the technology is not useful for their activities. So the 70% of them told us that the technology is not useful in their fields. And so is strictly connected with poor knowledge of the technology, poor visibility of real benefits of these technologies. Then the 27% told us that right now the legislation, in their opinion, is still poor compared to the company's current needs. The benefits are really present for the companies that use drones, so those companies are aware of the benefits that are related to reduction of time, improvement of service level, improvement of the quality of data collected, reduction of cost, and we have other example that I cannot explain here. For the priorities, I just underline 4 main priorities. So the first one is the development of the regulation, so the regulation and the airspace integration. Naturally, it's very important to develop also some test flight platform and infrastructures to identify some sustainable business model, both for more mature applications such as farming and monitoring, but also for the low mature applications such as mobility. And then it's very, very important to foster public acceptance because the citizens has to see this technology as all the other that they use in their common life. Thanks for the attention.
Now is the moment of the panel about innovative aerial service, supply and demand dynamics with the moderator Paula Olivares.
I stay here. So I ask the panelists to join me on the stage in an alphabetical order. Fabio Bosatelli, Head of Automation and Robotics Enel. Marco Ducci, CIO of EuroSC Italy. Then we have Marvin Koenig, Senior Manager, Public Affairs Europe, Lilium, that is remotely connected. Onofrio Lorusso, Head of Airpass Services, National Fire Brigade Corps. Nicola Nizzoli, President of Assorpass. And Enrico Spinelli, Business Application Engineer of ESA. So, welcome. So we have more or less 11, 12 minutes each that we can split in 2 rounds. So I think that it's enough time to discuss some of the topic of this panel that is related to supply and demand dynamics. So in the first round, I will ask you the role of your institution, of your company, and the experience that you have on this kind of market. So I start with Onofrio. So Onofrio, the public sector is certainly fundamental for the development of the drone market. So what are the main areas in which you use drones to support your activities, and which are maybe the benefits?
Thank you, Paola. Good morning at all. I'm Onofrio Lorusso from Italian Fire Brigade. Italian Fire Brigade is an organization linked to internal Ministry of Internal Affairs and ensure on all Italian territory the public rescue, fire prevention, and firefighting also in forest fires. Is the essential part of Italian civil protection system. And when an emergency, an event happened, the fire service assure the coordination of a technical rescue, characterized by immediacy, professionality, expertise, and also with use of specific equipment. In our organization, the drone are for the first time inserted in the office that manage and operate all the fleet of Italian fire service. The drones are aircraft, and then we manage and operate them as the manned aircraft, especially for the safety of operation and the safety in the use of common airspace. We use drones in support of all the activity that the firefighters make. Then there are a lot of scenarios in which you use them ordinarily. For example, we use it in earthquake scenario. For example, indoor inspection in damaged building. To have an overview of the scenario, to inspection of taller building, for example, bell tower, that are damaged by the earthquake. Other scenario is flooding, for example. Some months ago, we have a flooding emergency in Emilia-Romagna in Italy, and we use drone to check, to search for people during the night, and also to monitor the situation of the water, the quantity of water that was on the territory. We use also for example, in forest fire, to support the direction of fight operation, to monitoring the flame during the night, but also to support the mop-up activity to looking for hotspot when the flame are fighted, but there are some critical situation. Then these are some example of the activity that we use drone, and we hope that in the future we can also to enlarge the capability and the use of drones in our operation.
Thanks, Onofre. So Fabio, Enel has been using drones to support activities for several years. So what you have done and what project do you have planned?
Okay. Thank you, Paola, for the question. Good morning, everybody. So we launched in 2018 the OBUS program that it is the joke simple between the words robot and boost to underline the power to boost and to deploy on the large side. Okay, to launch basically at global level drone. So it is a flagship program that we launched the channel. Now it is standard technology for us, and it means that, as you can see in the graph, basically we have year over year a growth of 50%, basically. Now we closed the 2022 with about 17 kilo,000 activities. That means basically 70% about drone. So it is a technology pretty validated and pretty deployed across the world. Now we are looking to close the 23 with about 31 kilo activities. So what I can say that we are deploying drones for a lot of activities. The two main use cases is to support operational maintenance of our power plant, because we don't fly drones for the task of flying, but to control, to check our power plant. Basically, Enel Green Power is an operator of a renewable plant. And as you can see here, we have a most important use case in the solar field to analyze and to impact the plant to find hotspot, diode, outages, and we closed the 22 with 11 gigawatt. We are aiming to close the 23 with about 22 gigawatt. Let me give you a comparison. 22 gigawatt is more or less 22,000 hectares. So basically, imagine an area of 1 kilometer for 220 kilometers. So I am telling you that we are aiming to impact the total area of 1 kilometer from here up to Santa Maria of Leuca. So quite a long range. Obviously, we are deploying these with a flexible area, a flexible strategy with a lot of outsourcing activity covering end-to-end value chain. Because as I said before, we are focused on the final outcome from drone, not only the image, but also the post-processing data. So where we have the problem to solve on the plant level. Last couple of words about blade inspection. It is another key use case for us, where we are deploying analysis on our blades in order to prevent leak. And here the number is reaching more or less 6,000 wind turbine generators up to the end of this year. So I can confirm you we are doing a lot of things.
Yeah, I think it's an impressive amount of activities. We know each other from 2019, and it's really a pleasure to see this growth in activities. Thanks, Fabio. So, Marco, as EuroSC, you have a broad point of view regarding the drone market. So, what are the main active projects and what are the application development problems from your point of view?
Yeah, thank you, Paula, and thank you for inviting me. Yeah, indeed, I think we may have a broad perspective since we work supporting operators, manufacturers, authorities all over Europe, I would say. So what you see in this slide is what are the current projects that we have ongoing, and I think this is in line with what you showed before about the results of the observatory. So we see a growing interest for delivery and inspection activities, but also light shows and these kind of things. However, as you pointed out, most of these applications, if not all, are currently in an experimental phase. And I'm not talking about simple activities like those under standard scenarios or in the open category, which means that the number of companies that are able to make this business a real one, a sustainable one, is very limited at the moment. And this is due to several problems. And I would say the responsibilities here are shared among all actors, so both the operators, the manufacturers, and the authorities. So the problems, I think, can be identified in some way by looking at the reason why we are approached by operators or manufacturers in this case. So most of them are looking to get an operational authorization, which is, of course, the key enabler to do any business. So you need to fly, of course. And there is an issue there in terms of time frame, in terms of predictability of the process. But we also see a need for having a simpler access to the airspace. And this is an issue, especially where this process is not very much automated. And we see also a growing interest for design verification. So we need drones with a kind of certified level of reliability to unlock higher risk and higher complexity operations. So I can say that from my experience, I don't really share the enthusiastic storytelling that we often hear about the future of the innovative aerial services. Because what we see is a lot of operators, manufacturers that are struggling to make their business sustainable. And there are issues here in terms of the time to market. So it takes too long for companies to bring their solutions to the market, and investors and clients cannot support them for such a long time. So we need to speed up somehow the regulatory process, and there are many causes behind this. So we know that we are lacking drones with design verification, as I mentioned before, but we also know that the authorization processes are too long. And the reason is because operators and manufacturers are often sometimes naive about the requirements they need to fulfill and the complexity of the entire process. But on the other hand, also the authorities are probably not quick enough in giving the required answers. And I mean, don't take me wrong, I'm not saying that authorities should not perform the checks that are necessary to ensure safety, but the process needs to be more predictable. So operators need to know in advance how long it's going to take to receive an answer, whether positive or negative. So we know that the resources are scarce at authorities level because this sector has a huge size compared to traditional aviation. But this is something that we knew for a long time, I would say. Since the early days of JARUS, when the European regulatory framework was originally conceived. And in JARUS, for those of you that are familiar, for example, with SORA, you know that there is often this reference to competent third parties that are entities that are supposed to support authorities in some tasks. So having this kind of support with entities that are accredited and overseen by the authorities, I think would make the process probably quicker, I would say. So 10 days ago, the Commission published a draft delegated act that is going exactly in this direction for the accreditation of these entities from EASA. In Switzerland, as far as I know, they have already implemented the process at national level. So I think this is really the direction we need to go. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we may end up with a sector dominated by large multinational companies, Google, Amazon, that have time and money to wait with nothing much around. And I don't really think this is what we are aiming for.
Thanks. Thank you, Marco. The time to market is naturally a good point, so yeah, thanks for your contribution. Nicola, Assurpass represents companies operating in the drone market. So from your point of view, what is the state of the art of the Italian drone market compared to the European one? What are the strengths and weaknesses of our ecosystem, in your opinion?
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. And thank you, Ditya, for the invitation for being here. It's a pleasure for me and for Assurpass to be here today. I am completely agree with Marco. We analyzed I don't need the slide, I tell the Regia, okay. Because we tried to keep from JEDA the data of US manufacturer in Europe and Italy for understand which is the situation. And we analyze it, and the problem is that the US market in Italian is static now, don't grow up. The reason are for us two. The first one is the problem with the regulation. For example, the 1st January of 2024, all the US drones, all the US needs to have the certification of EASA, the CE mark. Today, nobody from Italy create drones that has got that certificate. So the problem is that, in one way, we have the market that asks service, new drones, new opportunity. But at the same time, we will not have, in January, drones, Italian drones that can fly. The second problem is the investments that have a certification mark ask to small company, because Italian producers are small company. And also, an old problem, but that we have the competition from foreign country. China market, for example, is the leader and is the only machine that now have the certification on EASA. At the same time, the strong point that US manufacturer has in Italy is that our drones are tailor-made, are small drone for specific needs, and obviously the dimension of the market is very limited, and is a weakness that we don't have the power to go to the big number. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola. So, Marvin, Lilium is certainly one of the main protagonists in the European scene. So, what projects are you activating, or have you already activated to capture a demand that is increasingly developing also in mobility and delivery?
Yeah, thank you very much, Paola, and I hope you can hear me well.
Yeah.
Thank you very much also for the invitation, and that I can participate, at least remotely, to this great panel here. Well, first of all, I have to say that we are a bit different to what we have already heard. So we are not a drone, or we don't build or develop a drone. We are developing an eVTOL for passenger transportation. So that's a bit different. So we are not a drone. And we are using then, of course, also a bit of other procedures and airspace as well. Therefore, what we see at the moment is that besides the type certification we have to perform, we also have a lack of regulation and legislation at the moment for eVTOL operations, not only in Germany, but worldwide, as this is a completely new market. The whole ecosystem and industry have to build and to develop the rules, the setup, and the procedures for these new markets. And therefore, we are working constantly together with the EASA and also with the national stakeholders here in Italy, France, Greece, and in whole Europe. So that's why we have today not a market we can develop, so we have to develop the procedures, the products, and the market will come then from 2025, 2026 onwards. But that's on the way at the moment, and I can only agree with Marco here and also with Nicola. as the regulators and authorities have to speed up in general for these new types of transportation and also aerial services like drones or eVTOLs, that the regulation and legislation is in place when the industry is it as well. So thank you very much, and happy to contribute in the further discussion.
Thanks, Marvin. So, Enrico, you closed this first round. So, ESA is well known for space application, naturally, but less so for those with drones. So, what role do you play in the development of the drone market at European level? What applications have you supported so far with drones?
Thank you, Paola. Indeed, at ESA, we have a program called Business Applications and Space Solutions, alias BAS, through which we have been supporting the development of innovative applications using drones in many different markets. I've prepared a few slides to present very quickly what is our program, how it can help the drone community, and I will also provide some examples of concrete activities using drones that we have supported. So, BAS promotes the use, in general terms, the use of space technologies in non-space domains, and more specifically, we support European companies from startups up to large enterprises to develop services in any market that are close to market, actually, and that use space technologies. When I refer to space technologies, I mean satellite navigation systems like GPS, Galileo, or local or regional augmentation systems, satellite Earth observation from Copernicus up to commercial providers, and satellite telecommunications, namely to provide ubiquitous connectivity. Our focus is on services that are truly user-driven. We want companies to help customers to work in new, different ways, maybe more effective, more green, more sustainable. So, and services also have to be innovative and have to be sustainable from a commercial point of view, and when relevant, also from a social or environmental point of view. But concretely, what do we offer? So we offer funding and coaching from technical and business point of view. We have a call for proposals that is permanently open, so companies at any time can propose business ideas to us. The activities are initiated by companies, and what do we offer? We offer two schemes: feasibility studies or demonstration projects. In a feasibility studies, company start with a business opportunity and can investigate its technical feasibility and commercial viability, ideally including also proof of concept to check that the system behind works, and something light from 6 to 9 months. In a demonstration project, instead, companies can really implement the proposed service and validate it in a pre-operational scenario. Demonstration projects have a pilot stage where proposed potential customers and users can really use the system lively. And the idea is that at the end of the demonstration project, the companies are able to sell the proposed service. As the activities are close to market, ESA co-funds through our member states. What does it mean? We co-fund 50%, and sometimes for SMEs up to 80%, depending on the policies of our member states. Intellectual property rights remain with the companies, and over the years we have developed, let's say, streamlined procurement process where we interact and iterate with companies proposing good ideas. You can find details in the link through this QR code, but now I would like to discuss how this program can be used by the drone community. Drone operations naturally are enabled most of the times by space technologies. Let's think of satellite navigation for localization and navigation purposes, or satellite communications for ubiquitous connectivity, or satellite Earth observation to identify corridors, for example. Some examples of activities that we have supported. So these are demonstration projects that became operational services. The first one is SEDDCR, that stands for Space-Enabled Delivery Drones for the COVID response. It's a demonstration project proposed to us by Skyports and an UK consortium. And in this project, in this activity, they implemented a service to deliver medical samples and supplies through drones to remote islands in Scotland. During the pilot, the pilot stage, it was possible to demonstrate the benefit of the drones, as well as their challenges. More than 350 flights, if I'm not mistaken, were flown, covering more than 10,000 kilometers in all weather conditions. And it was possible to prove that with drones, the delivery can be more flexible. It saves times for transportation compared, for example, to other modes of transport like ferry. But also operations with drones may suffer of critical severe weather conditions. That is something to be duly considered. These applications were enabled by space because navigation and satellite communications could help the drones to perform the flight trajectory. And now it's integrated in the UK national health system. Another project I would like to mention is ODROS, Autonomous Drone System. This was proposed to us by a Czech consortium led by Beats Garden. And basically, they proposed two services around a platform composed of an autonomous hangar and an autonomous drone. The first service was a service for anti-drone solutions. It's quite interesting. Basically, the drones and the hangar are located in an area of interest, and then the drones can fly towards an hostile drone on the basis of information from ground control center. And then when it's approaching the hostile drones, it's launching a net to catch the hostile drone and remove it. This application, this service, may become extremely relevant in critical areas like civilian or sensitive civilian or military areas where hostile drones could enter and launch dangerous goods, for example. The second service was based on this platform to monitor, let's say, to provide situational awareness for first responders in case of catastrophic events like fires, earthquakes, and so on. The last example I wanted to show you today very quickly is Gray from a Polish company called Griotech, where they used space technologies to develop a BVLOS, flight planning as a service. This service was enabled notably through satellite Earth observation data to, let's say, identify corridors for BVLOS operations. Today, this service is being used by PANSA, the Polish air navigation service provider. You can find many more activities that we have supported with drones in the different markets at this website, and yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Enrico. So, in the second round, we will discuss on how to unlock operational services going beyond experimentations, and we can also discuss of benefits from the already mature experiences. I will change a little bit the order, so I will start with Nicola. So, in your opinion, how useful is to experiment with complex solutions in real scenarios? It's a virtuous path for market development?
Thank you. The experimentation in Italy has a long story, and it was very important for create help and research and development to the reality. But now we have a problem that we have a lot of wonderful storytelling, but we don't have daily use of this kind of experimentation. So we think that the big challenge is to transform the experimentation in daily use and in something that everybody every day use like a common use. We think that now the only possibility for create this condition is that public administration invest and use the fund that we have in Italy to create a regular use of these drones. And we are sure that after it, private sector will follow.
Thanks. Thanks, Nicola. Enrico, what trends have you observed so far with application enabled to advance their mobility, but also in the context of smart cities?
Yeah, thank you, Paola. So over the years, we have seen an increasing number of applications using drones in different markets. We have also seen some of these markets in previous presentations, just to name a few. Agriculture, where drones can help really in optimizing applications for precision agriculture, in construction and energy sector, where drones can help optimize, help the monitoring the status of infrastructure like bridges or power lines or photovoltaic systems, health sector, we have seen an example earlier, and many other sectors. Now, I think we have seen also the key trend is from companies to develop fully autonomous solutions based on drones. And I believe that only when fully autonomous solutions can be adopted and implemented, this will unblock the full potential of drones and UAS in general. This is a challenge. It will not come in one day, but it's something that we have to pay attention to. And in this respect, I would like to launch a proposal. We at ESA could strengthen our cooperation with Eurocontrol, with the national CAAs, ENAC, for example, in Italy, and National Space Agency, to create an ecosystem that will allow not only experimentations, pilots, but will allow implementation of commercial solutions following successful pilots. We could think of something maybe first in Italy, then we can, let's say, ally with other countries, like for example in UK or Poland, where we are also very active, and then create an ecosystem at European level for this. Then you mentioned, you asked me something about smart cities, so I would like maybe to inform you that recently, end of September, we have created a task force called Space for Smart Cities and Smart and Green Cities, if I'm not mistaken, with many European cities. What is the objective? Is to understand what are the needs and challenges for smart cities and how space can help tackling them. Certainly drones can play a role also vis-à-vis smart cities, and discussions still have to take place, but it's reasonable to expect that sustainable mobility is one of the key topics for smart cities, and drones can help optimizing logistics and making the overall mobility more sustainable. I think Bari is also a perfect city where we could have live experimentation and future services, and I would encourage that Bari also joins this task force to help, let's say, addressing needs through also space technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Enrico. I agree with you. Create an ecosystem is the first step to let this market grow, so naturally. I want to see the voice of a manufacturer. So Marvin, what do you think are the main obstacles to growth in demand today?
Well, the main obstacles for us are, beside of course the aircraft development, are mainly the development of the ecosystem, as we have already heard before for drones. It's more or less similar for eVTOLs as well. And we also have the topic of regulatory adaptations. So for us, it is important that we don't have only, R&D projects or sandboxes. We really need operational projects like you have in Italy 2025 in Rome, for example, where we have first operational routes from the airport to the city center. This is very important that we have such projects also in other regions in Italy, that the ecosystem in general can grow, and that the authorities and regulators can grow as well with the market, and that we all together can develop the rules and procedures we need here. So we, as Lilium, we want to provide regional air mobility for passengers. So we want to transport passengers up to 175 kilometers at entry into service, which is expected in 2025. So it's not that long to go. And therefore, we really need all stakeholders together. So the ecosystem, the infrastructure providers, the operators, but also the regulators and authorities to develop the whole market and ecosystem. And for us, that's the main obstacle there, that we bring all together in a country. Also maybe something like a task force, a IAM task force or a regional air mobility task force, to discuss what regulatory adaptations are required and how we can achieve them in the next 2 years, not only on one specific project, but in general in a whole country, for example, like Italy, which has, from my perspective or from our perspective, a real high demand for such operations in the future, and we believe that Italy will be a main market for eVTOL in the future then.
Thank you, Marvin. So obstacles, constraints, but let's have a look to benefits. So Onofrio, what are the advantages of using drones? Are there tangible returns also in terms of service offered to citizens?
Thanks, Paula. Yes, we starting to using drones with the 3 main topics. To avoid or to reduce the risk of the firefighters, of the operator. Also with the possibility to see before scenario otherwise inaccessible. The operative costs that are lower than the traditional aerial vehicle. And also to have a possibility to collect data and information, not only video and picture, but data and information by a different point of view from where the incident commander is. And this gives the possibility to optimize the manage of the resources of the rescue of the team that fight fire or that operate on a scenario. Inside the fire service, the drone is an aerial platform, and every expertise of the fire service can ask a fly to collect a specific type of data to make faster and simpler their job. That for this way, we have a possibility to make faster and simpler the job of the rescuer, and then have also positive effect on the people.
Yeah, thanks. Fabio, what benefits have you achieved using drones respect to traditional activities?
Well, as said, probably we can confirm all together that the drones are safe, fast, and so on. In Empower, basically, we count what we are deploying. So I can give you 3 main KPIs. So avoided tons of CO2 equal to about 18 kilo only for 2022. We can give you also reduction of water consumption, maybe for the different stream of production for our power plant. And most important KPI, we have, thanks to the drones, the allocation of people on added value activities equal to 15 kilo hours. So basically, the most important KPI for us is that thanks to the usage of drones, so reduction of exposition to risk, safe activities, less time paid for the transport or management of logistic activity, we can take people and put them on added value activity. That means training, continuous improvement, they can operate better our power plant. So at the end, the most important benefit for us is we are confirming that robotization in drone is really sustainable as for the mission. And thanks to this one, we have been confirmed for 5 years in a row within the Dow Jones Sustainability Index. So very pretty good benefit for drone.
Thank you, Fabio. Marco, we can finish with you and with priorities. So what are the 2 or 3 priorities to be given in order to unlock the potential of this market?
Well, I think I already mentioned my top priority, which is reducing the time to market. And what I've said is that we need authorities to rely on all the support they can get from external third parties. But there are other priorities, I would say, that can help in reducing this time to market. So one thing is definitely improving the regulatory harmonization at European level, because the European performance-based regulatory framework is great, and it puts us at least 5 years, I would say, ahead of the US, but it's made of often high-level requirements, which need to be interpreted and complemented by acceptable means of compliance. And this work is not completed yet. So the risk is that we end up with operations that are authorized in one country because the authority has given a low level of risk, and the exact same operation that is not authorized in another country because the authority has given a different level of risk, or because one authority accepted a declaration of compliance to design standards for the reliability of the drone, and another authority didn't. So if this happens, then we are creating an unleveled playing field, which may be altering the market, let me say. Because in the end, the operator that has received the authorization will be allowed to fly also in the other country with a cross-border authorization, which doesn't imply any further verification on the design, for example. So regulatory harmonization is the first priority. The second one, I would say, is investing in knowledge and education. And this applies not only to pilots, but also to people in managerial positions, both at operators, manufacturers, and authorities level. Because this is a sector that evolves so quickly that it's not enough to simply attend training courses. You need to be part of the discussions within relevant working groups, within standardization activities. Otherwise, you don't know what's going to happen in the next 2 or 3 months. So to give you an example, I've recently came across a call for tender from a public institution for the supply of 2 million euros worth of drones. And the technical specifications were not mentioning the need for these drones to be equipped with the remote identification or with the class mark to use them under European standard scenarios. So they will get these drones and they will be almost useless in a few months' time when remote ID will be mandatory in January. Or of course, they will need to spend other money to put the required equipment. So this is a clear indication that we need knowledge to be spread more in the sector. And yeah, if I have 30 more seconds, yeah. Third priority is the infrastructure. So we all know that we need U-Space, and we also know that U-Space will not develop without a market. So public investment is still crucial, and I think what CESAR is doing with Eurocontrol is really commendable in this sense. But we also need, at national level, to start the certification process of the common information service providers, for example, which is a key prerequisite for the establishment of U-Space. So I think all actors have to play their role to really unlock the potential of the sector.
Thank you, Marco. Thank you to all the speakers. I think that this first panel was very, very interesting. And thank you all for the attention.
Thanks to Paola Olivares for the moderation and to all those who participated. Let's proceed with the work. The next keynote speech, it's about the future of space data and service for IAS. I call here Pablo Haro, Space Aviation and US Advisor EUSPA. Pablo Haro, who will talk about how the European Union Agency for the Space Program supports the development of the drone industry. Pablo.
Hi, so good morning, buongiorno. Thank you for inviting EUSPA to participate in this important event. It's a pleasure to be here in the city of Bari. So my keynote speech is going to address this topic, future of space data and services for innovative aerial services. A few, Okay, so a few words on our agency. I work for EUSPA, which is an agency of the European Union Agency for the Space Program. So it is the formerly known GSA, GNSS Supervisory Authority, but now new elements of the EU Space Program has been transferred under the responsibility of EUSPA. So we are in charge of the exploitation of a couple of elements of satellite navigation, EGNOS and Galileo, also Copernicus, the EU space program, and also communications, GovSatCon, and space situational awareness. So there is a wide variety of space programs under the responsibility of EUSPA. I will focus on the first three elements, so GNSS, EGNOS, Galileo, and Earth observation. How can we connect these systems to the needs of the drone community? So, well, in the presentation from the representative from the European Commission, he explained in detail the Drone Strategy 2.0. It's a public document, was published in November last year. So, going through this document, we have identified in particular some references to EU space assets. So there are specific objectives and actions. You can see there, for instance, services and data of the EU space programs, and a specific mention to EGNOS, Galileo, and Copernicus, connected to the needs of the drone community. Also some keywords, resilient and robust drone navigation. So there are many, it's embedded. EGNOS, Galileo, and Copernicus, the EU space programs are embedded in this Drone Strategy 2.0 from the Commission. So as a result of this, we have at EUSPA, we have developed a strategy with all the member states of the EU and other agencies. For instance, we are working with EASA, with the European Maritime Safety Agency, the Fisheries Control Agency, Eurocontrol, European Defense Agencies, and other agencies. As a result of this, we have, as I said, developed this strategy. And we have identified for the time being 30 actions, and we have grouped it into 4 clusters. So as you see, we have, for example, the first cluster is drone operator support. So we have a number of actions, training material, guidance material, if you may raise questions or you are desired problems, and we will take care of your questions. We have specific facilities in the GNSS Service Center, which is an infrastructure of EUSPA. And also ESSP, the EGNOS operator. So they have groups constantly testing how EGNOS and Galileo are actually supporting the needs of drone flight operations. Cluster number 2 is GNSS performance requirements and services for drones. For instance, here we are assessing the requirements of the drone community, trying to quantify, for instance, continuity, availability of these requirements. For instance, in the case we are using EGNOS, as you know, EGNOS was developed for manned aviation. And now we have to use this. If we want to use this system for a different flight operation, we need to understand that, of course, a drone is not flying an LPV approach. It's flying a different flight operation. Cluster number 3 is where we are addressing Copernicus. I have a specific slide on what we can do with Copernicus for drone operations. And in cluster 4, we are addressing, in particular, 2 differentiators of Galileo, the high accuracy service and the authentication service, the OSNMA. Also, we are in constant dialogue with the many market sector communities, not only drones. We are talking with agriculture, maritime, railways, but in the particular case of aviation and drones, for the time being, they are together, conventional aviation and drones. The last user consultation platform that we organized was held in Prague, in the Czech Republic, last year. And as a result of our dialogue with the drone community, we have produced this document that you have on the right-hand side. You can download this document from the web, and here you have some requirements or assessment on how EGNOS, Galileo, and Copernicus are supporting drone flight operations. This year, 2023, the European Union Space Week is going to be held early November in Sevilla, in Spain, but we don't have a UCP, a user consultation platform for aviation and drones. We will have a specific session next year, 2024, and we will address aviation, drones, and new entrant hubs, the high altitude platforms, in a specific UCP, in order to extract user requirements from the operators, from the authorities, and try to ensure that the EU space assets are actually well connected and are evolving in response to the user needs. And now I have prepared a couple of slides, one on GNSS and another on Copernicus. What's the connection between GNSS and drone flight operations? Well, it has been previously discussed in the previous interventions. Of course, we need to refer to the EASA taxonomy. So the wider concept is, the title of this event is Innovative Aerial Services. We have aerial operations and we have innovative air mobility. So the big goals are unmanned aircraft and the VTOL-capable aircraft, so the air taxis. So GNSS is actually at the heart of drone operations. And well, you can see there a drone, find a trajectory. So we have identified three main areas of relevance of GNSS for drone operations. First of all, obviously, drones, the position determination for find a given trajectory. This is applicable within and outside US space, airspace, in all risk categories. So from the simplest drone to an air taxi, it's very likely that there will be using a GNSS sensor for the position determination function. Also, we have reporting of the position, we have geo-awareness, we have collision avoidance functions. And the third element is mission-specific applications, and this is a huge area of activity where we are, for instance, using GNSS for geotagging of data or an image collected from, or taken from a drone. If we go into in details of EGNOS and Galileo role within GNSS, of course, typically the sensors are multi-constellation, multi-frequency, including Galileo. Galileo is already embedded into more than 50% of the sensors available in commercial drones. We have EGNOS enabling improved positioning accuracy, sub-meter accuracy on a continental base in Europe. And so we are using an increased accuracy, and also we are studying in detail the integrity feature. This is, again, EGNOS was designed to support flight operations of airplanes, so something equivalent to an ILS, but here what we want to determine is the region of uncertainty in real time around the estimated position, considering that the drone is not flying, obviously, an LPV approach. Concerning the differentiators of Galileo, we have this high accuracy service. If you read the documents of the HAS, we have horizontal navigation system error 95% of the time in the order of 20 centimeters, but this requires open sky conditions. So we are assessing the use of HAS in a bit more degraded environments where we have some buildings and multipath and other degraded environments. And also, in a number of several projects, we are assessing the authentication, the open service navigation message authentication, because this is actually supporting sorry, many potential business cases, because you may have a position with legal validity. So there is a significant business case. It's not technology for the sake of technology. It's technology in response or connected with the needs of the drone community. And concerning Copernicus, well, as you know, Copernicus is also a huge program. We have 6 services. We have been, well, for some years, thinking on connecting Copernicus with drone applications. And the good thing is that this can be used as a pan-European trusted solution in particular for 2 applications. The number one is top priority. We are working a lot on that. Is the determination of the intrinsic ground risk class in the SORA process to determine the population density. So for that, we may be using the Copernicus Global Human Settlement Layer. I stress that this service is offered worldwide for free, and it is actually being used today for SORA assessment, for instance, in the case of Poland, other experiences in Switzerland, I think here in Italy, so in Germany. So it's already being used in the SORA process, okay? And it's being used by the drone operators and accepted by the pertinent aviation authorities. And the second element is to the assessment of the terrain and obstacles in the area of operations. So for that, we have this Copernicus digital elevation model. So there are other applications of Copernicus, but for the time being, we are working hard on these 2 lines of action in response to the needs of the drone community, in particular in the first one. You may know that EASA organized a workshop on population density the 6th of October, and detailed information is available in the EASA website if you want to go into the details of this application of Copernicus. And that's also, to conclude, I would read the motto of EUSPA, linking space to user needs. This is our mission, where we are contributing to in the field of drones. So the intention is actually to support, to facilitate the wide-scale adoption of innovative aerial services across Europe in the short term. Thank you.
Thanks to Pablo Haro. Now is the moment of the next keynote speech with Munish Kurama, Senior Manager, ATM/OTM Business Development of Eurocontrol. Munish is a great friend of DTIA who continues to inspire and guide European dynamics about USA development. I call here Munish. Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's just about good morning, and then hopefully it will be lunch soon. So I am the last person, along with my panel, in between now and your lunchtime. So we're going to try and make this thing a bit more interesting, just to see if you can stay up until lunchtime. I'm delighted to be here. I remember the stage last year. It was a great event, very nicely delivered, good discussions. It really highlighted the spirit of Bari and, of course, Puglia in general. And I'm really delighted to be here today to share our thoughts with you. My name is Monish Khurana. I work for Eurocontrol, and Eurocontrol is in the business of safety of air navigation. We work with a lot of the people that you have already seen and heard this morning, and some of the people who are actually going to be on the panel. But before we start the panel, I wanted to first build on what previous presenters and panelists have already highlighted. Today, we stand here where a lot of good things have happened in the innovative air services industry, and more things have yet to be done. We have drone regulations which have been out, and we've got U-Space regulations which came into force on the 26th of January this year. That was a key moment where member states across Europe started to put together an ecosystem, a national ecosystem, to try and implement U-Space. EU Drone Strategy 2.0, previous presenters also highlighted it, was released on the 30th of November of last year, and essentially it comprises of three elements. Innovative air services, which is all about small drones that are used in surveillance, in inspections, in maintenance, in delivery of small cargo. Innovative air mobility is essentially about the use of eVTOLs and air taxis for mobility of humans and cargo. And U-Space, the digital platform that we need to manage the traffic, both integrated with ATM, the air traffic management, and the drone traffic in UTM. So the EU drone strategy, just for those of you who don't know, resulted in 19 flagship actions. And some of those actions were highlighted in the previous presentation as well. Essentially, it talked about trying to create a synergy between the civilian world, the military, and the security apparatus in Europe. The military has a lot of capabilities in this area where they have a lot more operational hours that the civilian world doesn't. So we must learn from them. The civilian world has a lot more U-Space, new innovative U-Space technologies that the military can benefit from it. So there needs to be a connection between the two. And with the EU Drone Strategy 2.0, I'm pleased to say the intention is to bring it all together. In fact, based on some of the work that is ongoing, I know that we have European Defence Agency representatives sitting there, Joao from works in Brussels with us. We are already working closely to try and bring the two together. That's all from the supply side of the innovative air services. But what about the demand? In the previous two presentations, you saw some use cases that previous presenters highlighted, whether it's in farming or it's in delivery of essential services, such as the police, surveillance by police, or delivery of medical services. As the previous speaker highlighted, up in Scotland, where Skyports delivered during COVID, did some demonstrations of delivering clinical samples from laboratories from mainland Scotland to the Isle of Mull, which is the west of mainland Scotland, resulting into now a more dedicated service. Postal service in Switzerland, for instance, as well as other countries. Maintenance of assets, whether it's the bridges and so on and so forth. So there is demand, but I believe that there are known knowns that we are talking about today, but actually the proportion of the known unknown is quite high. I give you an example. I come originally from telecom sector, started my career at Motorola way back in late 90s. In those days, telecoms was just coming out, and there were some known use cases for telecommunications, as well as the walkie-talkies, as we called it then. But look now, your your mobile phone that you have, well, it's almost become your life. You can't live without it at the moment. And I'm sure you'd agree with me that if you look at the use of a mobile phone, perhaps you don't use the mobile phone just for calling each other. Some people would argue they use it more for taking pictures, and others would argue they use it more for checking their social media and emails and so on. Take the example of internet when it came. It would probably embarrass me, but I'll say it anyway. In those days, it was called superhighway, information superhighway. I think if you use that term now, you demonstrate your age. But look where internet is today and how we can't live without it. How much it offers and how much more it can offer. So there is an argument. There is an argument, ladies and gentlemen, that once the innovative air services, the drone service market is up and running, and once the innovative air mobility market is up and running, no doubt those use cases that we're talking about today will become visible, and they'll hopefully be making commercially viable businesses. But I believe a lot more will come up. So there's a lot more that we don't know yet. One of the areas that we often worry about, and a big challenge, is acceptance of public in the use of drones. Now, it's been talked about in the past. We will talk more about in the panel with us, but let me share my personal view and my professional view with you on that one. And I'm going to use an example to demonstrate public acceptance and how it can be influenced. During COVID, as you know, we all went through a pretty hard time. People who were in their vulnerable age group suffered a lot more than others. There were times and there were places where they couldn't even step outside their house to go and buy groceries. At that stage, there was an entrepreneur in Ireland by the name of Bobby Healy who started a business called Manna Drone Services. Those who are in the business would know this company well. I use this example because I feel this is the best example for understanding public acceptance and what it really, really means. So in that little village in Galway in Ireland, where vulnerable people, majority of the population in that village, they couldn't go to the supermarket to buy their groceries. So a business was established by this company to effectively gather their requirements using your mobile phone on an application, and then for drones to deliver groceries close to their houses, which saw them through the COVID period. Now, move the video forward, and after COVID, they went back to the community and asked them, should we stop? Is it a problem? What do you want us to do? And the response was an overwhelming, please continue. Because the community understood, although it was in difficult situations, such as COVID, the use of drones, but once they understood the use of drones, they then did a mathematical equation in their head, effectively. What is it that I lose? I lose my privacy, perhaps. I lose I get some noise pollution, some visual pollution. But on the other hand, I gain something which helps me to lead my life and perhaps offer new opportunities that I didn't know earlier. And that's continuing. And therein lies an example of public perception. Another example is in a CESAR project. One of the CESAR projects recently concluded. They did a survey with a group of community of people based on a survey, and they found what the perception of the public was, particularly within that random sample of people, of drones. And then they invited those people to stay as part of the CESAR project demonstration, to see the tests, witness them, ask questions, talk to the experts. And then they did the same survey again, and the results were different. Some people say seeing is believing. I think it is. I think when people see what they get and what they lose, they'll be in a better position to understand what they accept and what they reject. So the message that I'm trying to give is that we know about the demand, but there's a lot of latent demand which is hidden. It hasn't come out yet. We need to start. One of the previous panelists was absolutely right. I think it was Marco who said that a lot is being said about optimistic message about the way drone services and the drone service market is going to occupy and deliver services. He's absolutely right that there is a lot of optimism and sometimes perhaps too much as well. So we need to balance it. European Investment Bank did a study a couple of years ago. They used a consulting organization called Atkins to do that study, and they found that drones, particularly up until 2 years ago, were primarily being used for inspection purposes, for surveillance purposes, for maintenance. These were the three main categories. No doubt others as well, but these were the three. They forecasted that the commercial business in these categories would increase 3, possibly 4 times by 2030. And what was interesting was that they looked at the demand across the entire globe and they proportioned it continent by continent, and the trend was the same across the board. Now, we at Eurocontrol have a key role to play here. We are, for those of you who know us, you know us well, we want to ensure that the drones get integrated in the airspace in a safe, efficient, and secure manner. We work with our colleagues in ENAC, in ENAV, with D-Flight, Leonardo, many other organizations that are represented here. We work together. But let me give you a flavor of what we do before I invite my panelists on the table. We're effectively involved in all aspects of this process of safely integrating drones and eVTOLs in the airspace. We're heavily involved in R&D, or research and development, and innovative projects. Some of you sitting in this room actually work with us. We're very pleased to work with you. We have completed a number of CESAR projects, particularly looking at and researching the CESAR model and practices in the U1, U2, the basic practices. And those are now part of some of the regulations that have gone out. We are now involved in projects with a number of you and others where we're looking at new technologies. We're heavily involved in supporting EASA to provide technical and operational support in the regulation development and also in developing acceptable means of compliance and guidelines. You need these guidelines to easily implement regulations. We're involved with the EUROCAE Organization for Writing Standards. We are then heavily involved in developing concept of operations. In fact, my colleagues are sitting in the row, Andrew Haitley, Giancarlo Ferrara, and others. They have been involved from day one to write the concept of operations. We have recently released, as part of Chorus XUAM, the concept of operation for urban air mobility operations, and I think more work is going to be done in the future. We're also involved in trying to help member states to implement U-Space, and one of the things we get asked by member states, particularly, I'd say, non-aviation communities, such as the mayors and the city authorities who are not aviators, they ask us the question, simple question: we can't visualize what U-Space will look like. We like to look and feel and touch, and then we can visualize things, but we can't visualize an abstract thing like U-Space. How do we plan? How do we move forward to implement U-Space? To help them, what we are doing is we've teamed up with Airbus, for instance, and we're using their simulator, and we're gathering a lot of the data from cities around Europe, where we are asked to conduct airspace risk assessments. An airspace risk assessment is one of the mandatory requirements of U-Space Regulation 664. When we do the airspace risk assessment, and one of the previous panelists talked a little bit about it, we look at the current configuration of the airspace above a city, and we look at the population density on the ground. And we then highlight the risks and threats and possible mitigations for how we can integrate drones and eVTOLs in there. It is indeed up to the city then, authorities, to find out what their objectives are and how far they want to go. And if the current configuration does not allow them, they would need to reconfigure their airspace. So we take that data, we put it into the simulator that we have from Airbus, and we're trying to develop visual use case scenarios which we want to work with the stakeholders of U-Space to help them understand what it might look like when it's implemented. We're also trying to build capabilities to develop a drone data hub or a data platform. And some of you sitting in this room are working with us to try and see how we can gather that data and then impartially, on behalf of the industry, the European industry, we want to analyze that data and come back to you and work with you to find out the factors that implement or that influence the reliability of drones or drone flights. What factors implement or influence drones in weather, different kinds of weather, bad weather, good weather? When do you lose the command, the C2 link, the command and control link between a drone and the ground station, and what to do if such a thing were to happen, and so on and so forth. So we're involved in a number of those, and of course, we're heavily involved in supporting member states to deploy the U-Space. Now, these are just some high-level views. What I'd like to do now is to call upon stage my panelists, with whom we're going to have a very interesting debate on a number of the issues that I highlighted just now, but also they were highlighted earlier on. So I'd like to call each one of them one by one on the stage. May I first invite on stage my first panelist. It's Federico Mongelli from Strategy AND, which is a PwC organization. Federico he works for Strategy AND, and he's a director for the organization. So welcome. Please, if you want to take the first, thank you for being here. The next panelist I'd like to call on the stage is, I think you know her very well, Carmela Tripaldi. Carmela is the Regulations and Research Innovative Mobility Director at ENAC. Welcome, Carmela.
Sure.
Be careful.
Be careful. Stay here.
My next panelist is Luigi Bruccaleri from ENAV. And Luigi is the Research and Innovation Manager at ENAV. And he's also been seconded to D-Flight, which is the UTM organization and the potential USSP in Italy. So welcome, Luigi. And the next speaker is Gianpaolo Conte from Leonardo. Gianpaolo, you're welcome. Gianpaolo is the Program Manager of Advanced Air Mobility at Leonardo. Last but not least, I'd like to welcome Calogero Gianmusso. I think I got that right. All right. From Urban V. And Calogero is the head of operations at Urban V. It's the organization that's building vertiports and also the first sandbox here at the Rome airport. So welcome to all of you. Thank you for being here. Now, we've got about 45 minutes. I don't want to take any more than that. So let's first ask each of the panelists to deliver their key message, just no more than 5 minutes, if that's okay, just so that you understand who they are. And may I first start with Federico, and then we'll move to Carmela after that. So Federico, would you like to deliver your keynote message, please?
Thank you, Minesh. I'll try to stay in 5 minutes. So let's start, the next slide, with an overview of the market, or at least what we see in the market in terms of potential. Okay, so in terms of potential, the Italian market looks quite promising. As you can see here, we are expecting a double-digit growth over the next few years, mainly driven by the urban air mobility. Urban air mobility will grow at almost 70% CAGR over the next few years, and the total market will reach 1.8 billion by 2030. These are quite impressive figures, as you can see. So mainly the growth will be driven by the urban air mobility. That being said, data acquisition will still be an important part of the market, so representing more or less 30–40% of the total market. Focusing on the urban air mobility, in reality, Italy is lagging a little bit behind other countries in Europe. So just to give you a few numbers, if we compare Italian GDP and urban air mobility share between Italy and other countries, we see quite some difference. So Italy accounts for 14% roughly of the total GDP of the Eurozone. But in terms of urban air mobility, it only has 4.7% share of the total market. If we look in 2030, the picture will be slightly different because we are expecting to have, let me say, the same share in terms of GDP, even a little less, but the picture will be totally different in the urban air mobility market, where we are expecting to have 6.4% of the total share. Why so? Because we are lucky to have two of the most promising cities in terms of passenger transportation outlook in Europe, that are Rome and Milan, both for airport shuffling, sightseeing, and metropolitan network. They are very attractive. In order to further develop the market, a roadmap has been developed. The roadmap is composed by more than 60 different initiatives, but just to summarize that, we highlighted the three main steps that we are expecting. First of all, we need to start with a controlled demonstration. So already this year, we need to have experimentation and demonstration in dedicated areas, like for instance, Grottaglie Airport, Turin, and other different areas. In 2026, we need to move to something more promising. So we are expecting to showcase the urban air mobility, for instance, for the Winter Olympic Games in Cortina. That will be a huge stepstone in order to develop the public acceptance and foster the market. And last but not least, to have by 2030 a large-scale market. What do I mean by large-scale market? I mean having the service erogated in cities in controlled corridors, but at a large scale. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Federico. That sets the scene very well. May I now ask Carmela to deliver your key message, please?
Thank you very much for inviting ENAC in this main event. I would like to focus on the fast rhythm of innovation that require the regulator to change its approach respect to regulation and in general to the industry. So we need to change our role, and we need to open a dialogue with the industry and with the national ecosystem. For this, the Italian path to advanced air mobility is started in 2019. And now it's continuing. We signed an agreement with the Minister of Innovation in order to enable a safe, secure, and efficient intermodality air mobility in Italy. In 2021, we published a strategic plan and relevant roadmap and a business plan in partnership with PwC, a strategic partner for evaluating the level, the business model, and the level of the investment we need to enable the system. Which vision, which mission and goals? The vision is to pass on to the future generation modern mobility that is integrated, and we change the paradigm of aeronautical mobility from products to segments to services. So in this context, the digitalization and ecological transition are the key for the new intermodal mobility that has to be seen as services and not only as a single product. So it's very important. The mission is the creation of this ecosystem. We stay in line with the green ambitions and with the EU regulation. But it's very important to integrate the EU regulation is a very, very efficient national framework able to accompany the evolution of the sector. And last but not least, we have to stress a public and a private investment, a partnership to accelerate the ecosystem, because innovation comes on the legs of few first movers. Firstly, private. But it is important, as already said in the previous panel, that the public institution, the public funding will come. Our lesson learned, because our experience has made us realize the importance of involving different stakeholders, because innovation moving fast in different domains, different actors, not only aviation. Territories are the key of the social acceptance, and so we need a new approach. We need more commercial demo in sandbox, in real life environmental that able to represent the real services, and it's very important to involve different stakeholders, as Munish said, public and private collaboration, but very important civil and military, because military has a very high level of technology and knowledge about this new technology. The investment cost is very important. I would like to underline that the investment cost to make it all happen has to be sustainable, and for delivery this new mobility, public assent can only be gained through perceived value for the society. This is very important.
Thank you, Carmela. Luigi, would you like to share your views, please?
Thank you, Munish. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. In my slide, I want to give a key message that U-Space enables WAAS operations. So we are in a panel that is called Innovative Aerial Services, no? That is a kind of generic name to represent and how to build the system. And for sure, we mention that innovative aerial services are aerial operation and innovative air mobility. Many of these are WAAS operations, no? But maybe it's a little bit hidden with the new name, but just to put clearly this. And U-Space has been defined, conceptualized, and regulated to enable WAAS operation. So the majority of innovative aerial service require some infrastructure, U-Space, airspace, to enable such kind of operation. We know that U-Space airspace makes sense in order to manage some complexity, so high density, mixed operation, very
a significant demand to create it. We defined use space services in the regulation, and of course, what I want to highlight that in this complex ecosystem that regulation created, so roles for competent authority, provider of common information service providers, USSP, USS operator, roles and responsibility now are really clear. We have a regulation, and INAV Group is working on use space transversally. So from the provider of a common information for the role of NSP that is playing, the common information service provider, USSP, and WAS operator. In fact, in the group we have INAV, TechnoSky that is WAS operator, DFly, INAV as NSPs, and as a group designated for single common information service provision. DFlight that we demonstrated use space services in several research projects, and we are already mentioning UACT for provision of some of them. And IDS ERNAV as a company that provide solution for the group. So this is the clear message, use space as an enabler for WAS operation, that is one of the elements to build the system.
Excellent. Thank you. That's clear. Right. May I now ask Gianpaolo to deliver your message, please?
Right. Thank you very much. So Leonardo is it's very interested in developing innovative aerial services, and since many years, a few years, is engaged in developing few verticals. One of the topic of interest for us is urban air logistics. Then we have also worked with drone data as a service, and of course UTM, main traffic management system, as Leonardo is industrial partner of DFlight. During the last 2 years, there has been a special focus on drone logistics for us, and we have established a partnership with a major Italian logistic player, Poste Italiane, where with them we have conducted a business viability. So the idea was to investigate how profitable could be such a business for Leonardo and Poste Italiane. For that, we have created also an experimental roadmap. And we have identified the segment of middle mile aerial logistics, which is basically connection between logistic hubs, which is different from last mile, delivering a package to final destination. So middle mile is more dealing with the heavier payloads, talking about payloads from 40 kilos and above. So this is where we find our strategic position with Poste Italiane. And we have gone through an experimental phase last 2 years, where we have experimented in urban context, together with Poste Italiane and Flying Basket, which is a startup company which is present in this event. We have performed several experimental tests in real urban and logistic areas from Poste Italiane. We are actually entering a new phase where we want to move from one-shot experimental tests into more like delivering, deploying a pilot service. And this is a plan that is ongoing for 2024. All right, so it is a complex domain. It has several enablers, so to say, that to be addressed in order to really pull things through. That's why our experimentation try to include all as many verticals as possible, so to have the possibility to interact as many stakeholders as possible, which are part of the game. So business model, well, that's where we, with Poste Italiane, are really digging into how to develop new business model for this area. Regulation is, fundamental. Regulation is recent. Regulation has to be probed during the test, and we are supporting also ENAC for supporting ENAC for developing the advanced air mobility national roadmap. Technology is so we our approach is to test scout the state of the art and test the state of the art in order to find identify gaps and also fill the gaps with technological development. With technology includes also digital infrastructure and physical infrastructure. Operation, it's really a new way of operating, delivering a service. So moving from on-ground transportation, from air transportation to air transportation, it's a new thing. And what we are doing with our project with Poste Italiane is trying to develop also operationally new way to deliver this service. And social acceptance is I've been talking before, it's an important aspect. There will be business only if there will be social acceptance. So Leonardo is very interested to monitor social aspect of what is going to implement. So those are the domains we are working with in our experimentation, and strategically we are moving into this partnership with end user, Poste Italiane, tech scouting of startups, new technology, and eventually making partnership. And also we like to keep close contact with academia, academic world, in order to have more grasp on the future solution, which has to will come later in time. That's why we have actually created Drone Contest, which is an open innovation project. We are funding 6 PhD students from 6 universities in Italy for 3 years, and we give them a task on Leonardo interest to solve, and we have them implementing on the drone. We have an arena in Turin where once a year they are showing how they solve the problem. So, and which we hope in the future to implement on a larger platform. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Just before we go to the last speaker, Callagher, just very quickly, can I have a show of hands of those who are from drone operators community? How many of you are here from drone operators? I see Flying Basket there, no doubt. We have some from drone operators. Members from ANSP community? Not many. One, of course you are, but you're on this side. How many of you are from or representing regulatory body? Okay, we have some there as well. And how many of you are finance people who are actually looking at this as an opportunity to invest in future? All of you. Oh, isn't that nice? That's wonderful, isn't it? I just wanted to get a feel for, oh, sorry, and the academia. How many of you from academia? Excellent. Okay. Okay. Vertiports? We have one on this side. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I just wanted to get a feel for, all right, well, actually, what about the rest of you? These are the key stakeholders. I'm interested to learn from you. What you are you representing any test centers, perhaps? Ah, there are people over there, and from Denmark, from Finland. Okay, so that's a good cross-section of people. So, USSP. Lady at the back. Okay, thank you very much. So over to you now, Calogero. Would you like to deliver your message, and then we can start an interactive. Ladies and gentlemen, please have your questions ready. I've got loads, and we can go on for the next 2 hours, but that's not what we want. You want to have some lunch in between. So please feel free to ask questions after Calogero has finished his key message. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Munish, and it's a pleasure for me to be here today. And I would like to deliver my key message that is very clear. To enable the innovative air mobility, urban air mobility, we need vertiports that are the infrastructure that we need to put in place in our city to enable the transport of passenger and goods. So who we are? We are UrbanV. It's a new company that was established 2 years ago. Our main shareholders are Aeroporti di Roma, Gruppo Save, Aeroporto di Bologna, and Nice Côte d'Azur. As you can see, we are a company that was established by big airport companies that manage a lot of passengers per year. So what we would like to do, we would like to start and leveraging the experience of our shareholders to launch the urban air mobility and to develop networks in the catchment area of these big airports. So our first networks will be established in Rome. What you see on my background is the first connection that we would like to launch in Rome by the end of the next year. We would like to connect the international airport of Rome to the city center of Rome. So it will be the first air taxi service in urban air mobility for Italy, but we will be the second maybe in all the world after Paris, because Paris will be the first connection. Paris will be launched by the middle of 2024 during the Summer Olympic Games. This scenario that on which we are working together with the Civil Aviation Authority is very interesting because we are touching with our hands all the challenges that are not only aeronautical challenge, but also are challenge regarding the integration of this infrastructure inside the big city that are very complex. Rome have more than 2,000 years of history, so it's not so easy to imagine to put the new VTOL capable aircraft in a city that is very complex, like all the major European cities. So it's not so easy, it's very challenging. Our mission as UrbanV is very easy. We would like to design, build and operate vertiport. Of course, the vertiport in the beginning phase, according to the performance of eVTOL capable aircraft, will be a sort of networks with a short range, and after, thanks to the improvement of technology, will be possible also to connect different networks in different regions of the area. What we have done until today is very easy. We have realized that the first Italian vertiport inside the International Airport of Rome. You see the picture on the background. And the test vertiport was designed according to the European Aviation Safety Agency guideline for vertiports, the prototype technical specification design for vertiports. And 1 year ago, in October 2022, we had the first flight with Volocopter. The aircraft was the 2X aircraft that you see here. And this infrastructure was designed to be full agnostic. So what you can see, the value that we selected is to be full compliant with all the most famous aircraft that in this moment are under development. This vertiport is located inside our regulatory sandbox. In this moment, we are discussing with the Civil Aviation Authority to start the operation inside the regulatory sandbox that is located in, as you can see in the map, we are in a very complex environment. We would like to use this sandbox to perform different challenge in terms of regulatory, technological, and also operational. and we would like to test and to support the development of operation with unmanned aircraft. We would like to test operation also with VTOL-capable aircraft, but also support the ground operation for drones and VTOL-capable aircraft. This sandbox will be operated according to the guidelines that at the beginning of this year was published by the Civil Aviation Authority, and I would like to say thanks to the Civil Aviation Authority for the big support that we have received on this project.
Thank you. Thank you very much, all of you, for sharing your message. Now, let's open the floor. Are there any questions from you to kick it all off? Okay, no problem. I'll start, but please raise your hand if you have any. Let's first go back to, Federico, what you highlighted in your presentation. You talked about, and you showed us some very nice, pretty pictures of charts and numbers of how the demand is likely to increase, particularly in Italy, as you highlighted, that the share of innovative air mobility versus the GDP is actually going to increase as we move forward, and which is good news. Do you see any new areas, any new capabilities or domains where the use of innovative air services and innovative air mobility are likely to grow, other than what we already know?
Well, thank you for your question. I think, first of all, we need to differentiate between what we see in urban areas and what we see in rural areas. Urban areas, definitely the main trend will be urban air mobility. So everything that will be related to passenger transport across the cities, air taxis, this will be definitely the main driver of growth, and is something that the ecosystem is building on. And also, us as consulting company, we are demanded to help companies to build strategies in order to develop this particular market. So for sure, this will play the lion's share in the urban market. There will be also other application, something like related to safety and security, something like transportation of goods, especially for medical reasons. But this will be mainly applicable to rural areas, where, of course, transportation of passenger will not be the trend. Rather, it will be something related to transportation of goods, especially where to cut times where normal transportation is not very well connected. Secondly, in rural areas, there will be a lot of usage in agricultural application. So everything that is related to monitor the crops, helping the farming in order to use these new technologies to improve efficiency will definitely be another trend. And again, something related to health and safety, also in rural areas, will be applicable.
That's good. So it's very interesting. You've actually raised another question, so thanks for answering that question. You've raised two more, so you're going to be very busy for this afternoon. There are two arguments, and I hear that in other places where we go to as well. In some cases, as you Federico very quite rightly highlighted, that the urban cities are likely to see a lot more interaction, a lot more traffic, and also perhaps where the business case for flying drones and eVTOLs is likely to be positive first. So there's an argument. In some places, people argue that we are first going to see an acceleration of drone services and urban air mobility in cities, and then we will see rural areas taking on. And there's a counter-argument, but wait a minute, isn't it better for us to do it in rural places because the risks are low there, and also perhaps the cost of delivering essential services per population density is higher without the drones, but drones could really decrease it. So there's two arguments, rural first and then urban, or urban first and then rural. We don't know which way it's going to go. How many of you think that we're going to see urban drone traffic in urban environment first and the rural will follow later? Show of hands, please. few. What about the other way around? The first we're going to see rural and then urban. Right. Federico, you may have something to take away from it and look at your business case later on. But it's interesting. I'm not saying that one's right and the other one's wrong, but it's interesting how this can be combined with public acceptance, which is the next question, of course, is people feel more comfortable to see drones in low density and therefore low risk areas and to build their capacity and the capability and acceptance of those services before they see in high density areas such as the urban environment. The counter argument, of course, is that the investors are going to have to wait a lot longer to make money out of it, and that's where the problem might be. But certainly it's a finding in itself. So let's move on to the next item, which again is public acceptance. And maybe over to you, Calogero, that you talked about Sandbox. Yeah, that your organization is working on a sandbox. The EU Drone Strategy 2.0 also makes it very clear that sandboxes are needed. Why are they needed? First of all, we need them. We have projects, such as CEDAR projects, Horizon 22 projects, national projects. We do a lot of trials and demonstrations and tests in those projects. So why do we need sandboxes? One of the limitations of these projects is that when we do testing and validation in these projects, that's limited and in limited weather conditions with limited budget and for a limited amount of time. What we want to do is to be able to test and validate drone flights, their architecture, the technicalities across a wider cross-section of weather patterns, also for longer periods of times to see its reliability, its robustness, and therefore we need sandboxes. How can a sandbox help improve public perception, Calogero?
Thank you very much for the question. As UrbanV, we have discussed the issue of the social acceptance at different times. So please consider that in this moment we have built our test vertiports, but also we are in the design phase for the two first commercial vertiports. So one of the main issues that we identify is this: the number of people that benefit from the first innovative air mobility service will be very low. So this does mean, this of course is due to the certification of the aircraft, the delivery, the production, and of course we'll scale up the operation in the next 10 years. So what we have decided is to try to open the door, the concept that we have adopted for the sandbox, but also for our first commercial vertiport will be a sort of open door. So for us it's very important to bring inside the vertiport not only the passenger, that at the beginning will be very few, but also give the opportunity to the people to come inside this new infrastructure, to see, to touch the innovation, touch the new technology, see the benefits that can come from these new innovative air mobility services. So it's very important to open the door of this infrastructure and use also this for the educational purpose. Not only for conference, for business conference, technical conference, but also for educational purpose, because the young generation of today are the user of tomorrow. And for me, it was a pleasure to see a few minutes ago that some scholarship was inside the exposition. It's very important to start the real social acceptance. The study performed by EASA showed that the 71% of the people would like to try the new service. But it's very important to give the opportunity to touch with the hands this new infrastructure and to see that this will come in very short terms. Yeah.
No, it's very important, really. Seeing is believing, I think, again and again. If we can invite public to come and witness tests taking place in sandboxes or activities, and an opportunity for them to ask questions on why is this happening and get answers from experts, I think it'll be very good, no doubt. Any questions? Oh, there's a gentleman there in the red T-shirt. Could we have maybe a microphone to... If you can introduce yourself before asking the question, please.
Yeah, my name is Siad Simokoran. I'm a postdoc, a collaboration between DTA and the University of Bari, Department of Computer Science. I would like to make a small synthesis, then ask my questions. Here, something which is a little bit confusing is the type of business plan, which is the B2B or B2C, to consumers.
Yeah.
Colleague Paola in the beginning showed that there is very little, let's say, incentive from the companies already established to adopt services, let's say, based on drones or drone services. Maybe this is highlight an implicit competition of the services proposed by these new technologies with the already established one. As a proposal, let's say, maybe establish like the benefit, the truly benefit, pragmatic benefit of what drone technology is proposing as a solution in comparison to the already existing one. Now, the second, with the business to consumer, yeah, there is this like a brute force based on the young generation with the, yeah, but how sustainable is this with the new generation? Because at a certain point, they will come to the same conclusion as the elderly one, even if it starts like as a startup, want to adopt new technologies, then after money comes to the game, they will benchmark the proposed solution to the already established one. So is there any insight in what is proposed as a solution comparing to the already established one, even in mobility, let's say, as an application field?
Thank you for your question. Who would like to take a stab at that?
Maybe if I got it right, the question, I mean. So the question was, how do we compare these innovative services with something that we already have, and how we decide whether they will be sustainable or not?
Particularly for B2B and B2C models.
Okay, so let me address the B2C part of the question. The easiest way to think about this is to compare the service of air mobility with a classic taxi service, right? So at the end of the day, the benefit that the client has is the same, moving from one place to the other in the shortest amount of time possible. What we are expecting is, of course, that as of today, the service, let me say, is not sustainable economically speaking. It will be quite expensive. We are expecting to have the service like 2-3 times more expensive than the same route with a chauffeur. But, of course, with the progression of technologies, with the progression of the introduction of unmanned services, so you don't have the cost of the pilot anymore, with the increasing payloads, so you will split the cost among more passengers, with the increasing efficiency of the batteries that will allow extended ranges. This cost is expected to reduce up to 1.2, 1.5 the times of the cost of the same route with a cab. So in terms of acceptance, let me say, for sure, this will first target business and wealthy customers, and then will slowly move into a more mass market. This is at least our estimation, what we are expecting for the urban air mobility. And in this regard, we think that it will be quite sustainable, also because it will have additional benefits. It's not just about the cost, but for instance, it's about the environment, because we are moving towards something more sustainable. It's about time and traffic congestion, because I mean, we are limited in physical infrastructures in the cities that we have. We cannot build new roads in Rome. So either you change the way that you move, or we don't have any other solution in this regard. So I'm quite positive about that.
Thank you, Federico. Any other questions? Sir, could we pass the microphone?
Yes, my question is a general question related to something at least.
Could you introduce yourself? Just
doesn't work?
No, it works. But could you just introduce yourself?
Yes. My name is Alberto Cipriani. I'm coming from a manufacturing company that is going to work on a drone that could have basically 200 kilos of payload, and we believe that it could be ready in terms of demonstrator within 2.5 years. We also are supplier of Leonardo for several parts of helicopters and so on. And what I listened today was very often eVTOL, but what about the future of drones with endothermic motor or turbine motor? Because very often we are talking about electrical motors, but from my point of view, in this moment we are very far from possible use of the motors for long trips and heavy duty, let me say, payload transportation.
I'll tell you what, let's take this in two parts. So certainly go for it, but I'd like Carmela's view on this as well, because I know ENAC has also been working on a roadmap, because there's a few things that could also be. But please, do you want to start, Gianpaolo, first to respond to it, and then we'll come to Carmela.
Yeah, it's battery density, energy density, power density. It is a limiting factor. At the moment, with the business case will be, for the logistic part, will be enabled where you have a certain range and certain capacity. Hybrid propulsion, it's the solution in a short term. So we have to go with hybrid propulsion if we want to start soon. Of course, it comes with a price. So if you install an endothermic engine, you increase the cost, and then you have to see if so you increase the range, you increase the cost, you have to see if your business case still holds. There is a noise. And so it depends on the environment. Of course, for urban air mobility, endothermic engine is out of the question. Maybe for rural application, if you want to move things on an island, you can use that. But operative cost is an issue. So both for turbine and for traditional combustion engine, and of course hydrogen. Hydrogen is it's a possibility. For small drone, you still have the power density of the hydrogen system, which is limiting you. But in medium term, it is probably the way to go.
Okay, thank you. Carmela, while responding to this question, could you also expand that slightly and give us a view of how various stakeholders involved in the ecosystem generation are being brought together using the roadmap that ENAC has been working on?
Okay, thank you. I would like to say that we are working on a step-by-step approach. And it's the same approach that we can see at European level for developing EU regulation. We start with regulation for a manned vehicle without pilot on board. That doesn't require a specific power source. So it's not specific for electric. It's just a general rule. And when we start with 947, we thought at low level and medium level applications. Inspection, monitoring, agricultural support, and this kind of application at the moment in not congested environment are at a commercial level in Italy, because they use commercial drones. I agree with you, the regulation is changing, the CE marks will arrive, but the low level, the medium applications are already a reality. What about electric, VTOL, and innovative services? I would like to specify that innovative services are not drones in general. Innovative services, aerial work, is addresses to high level of risk operation in specific category. Are not drones in general, are just the level of a specific category that fall into SAIL 5, SAIL 6, so high level of risk in congested area, because this is the way that in Italian some experiments, not only in Italy but in all Europe, some experiments in congested area are at a level of, at the moment, experimental just. Because if you would like to fly on urban environment at a high level, you need to have a robustness requirements for your drone, not only an operation approval, because all of you know that the regulation is operation-centric, the 9747. Now, when we increase the level of the risk, the level of requirements will increase. So it's very important to have this picture for for open and specific operation in low level of risk. We already have a stable system and a stable regulation, and we are working on a commercial activity. For example, Enel, Eni, and other main power plane are mainly operated this new technology in BVLOS operation too. Yeah. But in reality, if we would like to increase the level of the risk, the level of application at the commercial level, we have a more robust product, not only an authorization, a specific scenario. We need to have the organization, the operators, and the products able to operate in high-level risk. This is very important for social acceptance, because if we enable systems that are not too safe and secure in such environment, we can destroy all the work we are done in these years. So, for example, we are working with the DGSE and the EASA for our pilot project in Rome for the innovative mobility for moving people. The other cluster, the cluster included in innovative services, that a very, very, very challenge. But we are creating criteria in line with the new opinion, EASA opinion. So there isn't a rule; it's just an opinion. But in Italy, we are creating a rule for anticipating innovative mobility in order to enable the first commercial route, not experimental. It will be commercial. That's the approach. Step by step, we have to know that at the European level, we are very, very, we are a fast mover in the world. But we have to be careful to able real, robust scenario and operations.
Thank you. That's good. Last question to you, Luigi, and I think then we'll stop because it's lunchtime now. We'll stop with you. From the perspective of a USSP, D-Flight, First of all, how far are you in the certification process, if you could inform our audience, and what challenges do you foresee?
Thank you for this question, Munish.
I'll leave the best for the last.
So we are working hard. So I think this is the crucial year to deploy USpace. Yeah. We are fully involved in European project like UWelcome, with the Eurocontrol leading the project, with the 3 cluster really significant for Europe. So the Spanish, the French and the Italian one. So we are working hard to deploy, to go for certification. There are tables open for certification, and we are working on it. But what I want to highlight is that, of course, there are the regulation is there. Acceptable means of compliance and guidance material is there. Some standards are still under development, so we have to work hard to finalize everything in order to be ready for this urgent need of USpace around innovative aerial services. That's true.
Thank you. Thank you, Luigi. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time we conclude. In this sort of last hour or so, we've touched on a number of areas, one of which being the growth is expected to increase. Mobility as a service is what we're looking at in future. We need investments, but we need public and private parties both to come forward and invest in this industry. USpace is going to be the digital enabler for drone operations and drone service markets to go up. And I particularly like the idea from Leonardo about we often talk about just the last mile logistics, but the middle mile logistics are very important, because sometimes the last mile logistics, particularly in urban environments, are so difficult simply because in congested areas it's just very difficult, and there's an argument whether one is better than the other. So it's very good.
If I comment on that, sorry. Middle mile logistic also calls for more a structure operation, like corridors. Yeah. So you know that logistic hubs are there. You establish corridors, and then it will be structured. Yeah. Last mile it will be unstructured.
Yeah. True. Thanks for pointing out. And no doubt we need to continuously fund for new innovative activities, and we look forward to the Vertiport opening up at the end of 2024 in Rome. It would be a great time for Italy to celebrate as well. You've been very good, very patient. Thank you, and I hope you found this session useful. I wish you a pleasant afternoon and enjoy your lunch.
Only one moment. We close the morning with the image of DB Racing held in the Pavilion 96 with the student race and the video of the performance of the
Vi chiamo io. Ma è Planetech o università? Planetech. No, sì, Uniba.
Good afternoon. After the morning dedicated to the innovative aerial service demand and industrial capacity, now let's continue the program with the second session dedicated to the territory management and the farming application. I call on the stage Silvano Capuzzo, Senior Advisor of DTA. Prego, Silvano.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. This session, after the morning session, is called Works in Progress and Lesson Learned. I believe to put the attention to the work in progress because we have presented activities really done, really in development, and also connected with some lessons learned for the execution of these activities. The expectation for the development of air mobility application are today in continuous evolving. From the initial state of technological proposition, the development involve gradually produce service providers and end users in the definition and implementation of solutions, paying great attention to the overall value. I believe that it is important to have this kind of vision, not only dedicated of each particular sector of the air mobility, but involved in a complete vision. That means to have a valuation of the value chain of the solution. That is important because on the market, we will have the solution, we don't will have single states of the solution. An important step in this evolution, of course, is represented by consolidation of customer-supplier relationship in all the chain of value. Creating that mechanism of collaboration and trust that is the solid base for the development toward to the market. The experience already gained and the consideration, even critical, because we today want to be critical on the action performed, and on the result achieved, and the further proposal presented give the sense of a great attention, the aliveness, and interest of the urban air mobility that could be an important element for a community with looks and affirmation toward the market. For us, it's really important, and I agree with the presentation this morning, that we have to start to reason as a community can try to define and solve eventually the problems encountered. Drones Beyond aim to present both in real time, and I don't know with weather condition will permit us to proceed in this direction, then in the ferret time, solutions that are already potentially operative or already operative in some cases, and others that have hypotheses at a level of maturity suitable for their rapid application. The complexity of the solution to be created makes it necessary to have a development mode in which, and we talk about this morning, simulation activities related to products, application, operational missions, and experimentation, both in laboratory then in real environment, become increasingly central in the development of the sector. The creation of facilities, infrastructure, dedicated technological architecture and experimentation environment with common management of the development knowledge. This is really important because each one develops some knowledge, but it's important to have a common vision, all knowledge development to proceed, become a basic element for competition on the market, joined with the necessary research activity for the creation and development of necessary professional skill. Also about research activity, I believe that it's time to develop research project not only dedicated for the single participant to acquire knowledge, to acquire competencies, but also to define really solution immediately applicable. This is important because we need to have a demonstration that from the thinking and from the working, the time could be short. The creation, the new paradigm represented by IAS, Innovative Air System, to be intended, and this was remarked this morning, as a disruptive innovation. It's not the changing of the common rule of the air management transferred to the new condition where drones are applied, but we have to think in other manner, in the manner that really involve all the problems, new problems that we have in the road. Plays as this, in disruptive innovation, plays as a central element the need for dedicated rules. This is important, and I agree with particularly with Kenya representative that say that we have to change the manner to define rules, where, first of all, I believe the risk assessment becomes really central, but in the risk assessment we have to move from mitigation that is really involved today in the permit to fly to the reliability. That means not only reliability of the systems, but it means reliability of the procedure of the application activities. It's important to define that times and methods for the permission must be reduced. Today we have time to perform activity that is too long, respect what we need. And for obtaining that is not my job, but I believe that will be interesting to have not one central body for the permission, but have distributed territorial bodies that are able to support on the territory the company involved in the development. And also, and this, I believe this is the best way to start for the auto-certification, the certification of the actors in manner that you can proceed in auto-certification for the definition and the proposition of the solutions. The third, and as emerged in the real value this morning, is that we have to integrate ATM, AUTM space management. It's not thinkable to have two separated areas that have different rules, because it's really difficult to maintain the 120 meters as an upper level for the mission. We have to have a common sky when it will be possible to operate together. Also taking in account that today in 1 kilometer cubed we have probably 1, 2 airplanes flying. Tomorrow, we will have dozens or hundreds of platforms that will have to fly in the same space. And the rule must be, of course, different. Mobility application can already be achieved today. Some service is mature to deliver some service in environmental observation and delivery of goods. But the tomorrow service are connected, particularly with two items, autonomous. Today we are not flying in autonomous, but when we start in automated and not in autonomous systems, and very important, people on board of this autonomous system. And is, of course, move into the direction that the overall reliability of the solution must be central, and all the actors have to operate with the concept of continuous airworthiness to not only to erogate the service, but also to improve the service continually. This is not simple from the industry, particularly for small and medium operators that have to change. I believe that it is necessary. Their organization, inserting in this continuous airworthiness area into the organization itself. The other lesson learned, and that we have to pay in the development absolutely attention to the economies and not only of the economy of scope, but particularly in Italy, where we have particularly in the agricultural area, a fragmentation of land, also economy of scale, where public administration, I would like to add trade associations, must to have a role as sustaining research and investment for the development, creating network, creating attractivity of the proposal, but also to become, in some cases, the first customer of the solution, and also a new service provider for the distribution of the solution on many, many operators. This is the concept of community. And we must also be effective and efficient in the development of this. And of course, I believe that we have to center our attention on the development to two areas in particular way, the simulation and the experimentation. Integrated, not separated, but integrated in all the life of the solution. We will need simulation for development, we will need simulation for the certification, we will need simulation for the operation, because it's really difficult to imagine to manage a critical situation without to be able to evaluate what in the changes will appear immediately. The following demo session will be concentrated in three main areas: territory management and farming application today, smart city area observation and logistic and mobility tomorrow. This was my brief introduction to the session, and now we can proceed with the first one, territory management and farming application. Ho preso slancio continuo?
Sì.
Ah,
Va bene, possiamo presentare il panino. Now
For the panel about drone operation for smart farming, I call on the stage Vincenzo Barbieri, Chef Marketing Officer and Head of Design Lab di Planetech Italia.
Ok. Dimmi. Che ti ho preso? Ok. Perfect, thank you. Okay, I think that we are more or less on time. Hello everyone, I'm Vincenzo Barbieri from Planetech Italia. This is a company that is based 300 meters from here. And we are very focused on geospatial information activities. And in the last 10 years, we are trying to use drones for our activities that are mainly based on space data, satellite data. I am an agronomist, and for this reason, I was chosen from the colleagues from the DTR to manage this panel. And I would like to invite on the desk Alessandro Vivaldi, okay, from University of Bari, Laura Esposito from Telespazio, okay, and Paolo Marras from Aeromatica 3D. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, but Di Noia from UNAPROL and Di Matteo from Tormaresca are not joining the panel. They apologize for not being here, but you know. And I think that we could start. This morning I've seen that agriculture is only 5% of the entire market in the use of drones. And probably we have to ask why. And today we'll try to provide some answers about this, I hope. And okay, first of all, I would like to thanks all the panelists, and I will start with Alessandro. Please, could you introduce yourself? Okay.
Thank you, Vincenzo. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for inviting me. It's a great honor. So I'm an associate professor at University of Bari. I work in the Department of Soil, Plant, and Food Sciences. I'm specialized in precision farming, precision agriculture, and in particular in irrigation of the fruit tree crops. In particular, we use innovative tools such as proximal and remote sensing to save water. And this topic is very important in our region. And I collaborate with Vincenzo and the other partners in the framework of Tebaca project that maybe later we will give you some information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alessandro. And please, Laura, could you introduce yourself and your organization?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Vincenzo, and thanks to DTR for the organization of this traditional event, I would say now. Well, I'm Laura Esposito, and I'm working in Telespazio as head of drone market and program in the line of business of geoinformation. I'm not sure everybody knows Telespazio, which is a joint venture between Thales and Leonardo, with Leonardo being the majority shareholder with about 70% of the share. And Telespazio is a company with more than 60 years of experience now in three main space business segments that are the space and satellite operations, the communication and navigation services, and of course the geoinformation. And within drone, we really leverage on the experience in these three core competencies in order to offer end-to-end services in different vertical applications, such as delivery of medical goods, and of course agriculture is one of the other ones, and in general inspection and mapping services. And in the years, we have developed proprietary assets that support us in the provisioning of these end-to-end services. These assets are, first of all, T-Drones. That is a software platform that enables the performance of services on large scale. So the platform itself enables to perform operations in a standard and industrialized way through the coverage of all the phases of a service. So the planning, and we have a standard internal authorization workflow to be followed. Then we have the phase of mission management and data acquisition and processing. And also in this case, a kind of process and procedure can be implemented within the process in order to acquire data that are comparable among them in case acquisitions are done in different times or at the same time but on different geographical areas, ensuring that the outcome is really repetitive and the overall process can be industrialized. And of course, the platforms cover also the final phase of the service, that is the data delivery to customer through reports or user application on mobile, whatever I would say. The platform itself offers functionalities such as the multi-drone management, C2, or the real-time monitoring through the telemetry receival, and really many other optimization algorithms for the optimization of very large services. The other fundamental asset that has been developed through the years is a proprietary COM-box that is a hardware device that can be installed on board or on board of the drone or on a ground control station or within hangars or in general IoT applications. And this component enables to have a further communication channel that is secure and resilient and can work through LTE, 5G, and also satellite. We count on Iridium constellation. And the combination of T-Drones and the proprietary COM-box enables the performance of BVLOS operations, which is a key element, according to us, for a successful business case. And finally, the last two assets are, of course, the capability to develop AI and machine learning algorithms in order to process effectively large volume of data acquired by the operations. And we count on a very large experience in geoinformation services using satellite data that, by the way, can be integrated within the system to have a kind of multi-level analysis. So you can imagine, satellite to cover larger areas and then drone to cover, let's say, limited but with high resolution geographical areas. And the last, I promise, asset is a safety management system certified that ensure to our customer that all operations are performed according to regulations and with proper continuous worthiness and trained people. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Laura. Okay. And Paolo, please, could you introduce yourself?
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, thanks for the introduction and many thanks for the invitation for being here today. It's really an honor for me. My name is Paolo Marras. I'm the general manager of Aermatica 3D. Aermatica 3D is an Italian company providing drone solutions. So applicative solutions that have in the top, in the center, a drone. In the case that in which these solutions are already present on the market, we provide to the market commercial solutions, just providing support, technical assistance, and maintenance. But if the applicative needs are not satisfied by an industrial drone on the market, we are able, with our internal research and development department, to design, conceive, and realize an applicative solution. Let me make some example. We are able to integrate advanced supported sensors on top of drone to make possible to have a very advanced survey by using sensors that you cannot find on the market on top of drones, such as radiation sensor, hyperspectral sensors, and all sensors that can be used by research centers to make research, for example. Research centers are one of our customers. Other customers are from the governmental world, where drones are, for example, used by advanced sensors to find lost people. In that case, we are able to find the best solution in the integration of the sensor and the drone. In our case, the integration is always providing an integrated remote system in which the drone pilot has the awareness of not only of the drone flight, but also of the payload data acquisition in flight. We say that we designed the applicative dress of a drone. The applicative dress of the drone is made by software. With our software, it's possible to have automatic flights dedicated to a particular application in an optimized way. But we design also mechanical and hardware stuff to install on top of drones some sensors and also kits to act. We operate in several different markets: security, where a drone can be an automatic flying camera in a total security system, but also not only for security reasons, but also for monitoring reasons. I have already said regarding drones for research, but also drones for agriculture, and that's why I'm here, and let me say I do not agree that drones for agriculture are occupying a small market share, because a drone can be really useful tool for agriculture. I can say something later on.
Thank you, Paolo. It's very interesting, this panel, because we have a different point of view. Professor Vivaldi, that is a point of view of research, the industry, but with a different point of view, because the producer of tools, technology, and a company that provides services. Then we have a very mixed competence on this table. Alessandro, you are an expert in precision farming, and you use in your activity satellite data, data acquired by plane, by drones, on field. What is your opinion about the use of drones in the precision farming activities, and what is your experience in this field?
Thank you, Vincenzo, for your question. So we use drones for many reasons. We use drones, for example, for soil monitoring. We use drones for crops monitoring. When I say crops, I say, for example, irrigation monitoring, or, for example, nutrition monitoring of plants. But so the question is that, in my opinion, drones have positive and negative aspects. The positive aspects are related with the accuracy. So we can obtain high-level, high-quality images with a high level of accuracy. And for us, it's very important, for example, to I can say to split soil and crops. That something that is not possible with satellites, for example. So in this case, we can improve the quality of algorithms. In fact, we are working on algorithms that are able to, for example, identify plant water status. In the case, for example, of olive trees or vineyards and so on. The negative aspect, in my opinion, is that the drones don't fly too long, so the possibility to cover very big area sometimes is not possible. Also because farmers need real-time information, okay? Because with the drones, we need to go, in the lab. We have to process the images and then produce information. what we do is also to connect together information between drones, airborne, but also satellites. So the idea is to see how the information goes through the different platforms, and then the idea is to build, is to use all the positive aspects of each platform. So this is the main use that we do in research, more or less.
Then data fusion is a key to provide good services in this case.
Absolutely, yes. It's very important because we can improve the quality of the, the power of our algorithm by using all these platforms together. And we are producing in Tobacco project, maybe later we will talk a little bit about this, and these results are very interesting.
Okay, thank you. Laura, you are a manager of a multinational company that provides services in a different country and also in agriculture market. Could you share with us your experience in this and which type of difference do you have seen in a different country? There is from Italy to other European countries or abroad?
Thanks. Yeah. Telespazio has other legal entities controlled in more or less 15 countries in Europe and in South America. And I would say that we have already operational services abroad, while in Italy we are still on experimental activities. And this can be also linked to the fact that while abroad we have larger cooperative and larger farmers, here in Italy the market is really fragmented. So it's not easy to engage an appropriate number of customers to implement an operative service. But a very interesting example of operative case, and I would say a successful case, is operative in France since 3 years now. It's a project called GeoAdventis, and the aim of the services of the service that is offered is to identify and localize the presence of a weed that is called datura. In Italian is stramonium. And this kind of weed is poisonous for the man, and some very large food company has had scandals because a certain percentage of datura was found within their products. So they had, let's say, image and reputation loss. They had to stop the production line to clean it properly, and it was an economic loss. And of course, they had to throw away a quite large part of production. That was another economic loss. So since when these services that is performed 100% with drones, so no satellite or other technologies, has been offered by Telespazio. And just to give you some numbers, in 2022, we had almost 20,000 hectares of fields flown for, and we adopted and we leverage on a federation of local drone operators using 3,000 drone operators, and the farmers involved of the cooperatives that are our customer were almost 1,500. So this is an example of large-scale services, and I could go on explaining better the service, but I don't want to steal time, I don't know. Oh, okay, so the service is based on 3 different phases. The first one is the planning, and in this case, Telespazio and the different cooperatives agree on a plan that is based both on the harvesting and pre-harvesting time of the different crops, and of course on the availability of all our federated drone operators and pilots, and of course the weather forecast. So let's say it's a preliminary planning. After the planning, the execution phase is performed, so the data are acquired, and they are, let me say, simple optical images, which are processed with automatic processing chain that have been trained to identify the presence of the datura over different crops. After the automatic processing, of course, there are some areas with a certain percentage of doubt. So we have the intervention of human experts that double-check the doubt areas. And finally, the third phase is the delivery of the outcome to the farmers. The outcome is presented on a mobile app, the T-Drones farming app, on which the precise location of datura is shown to the farmers, and they can go there and treat the datura or pull it out from the soil. And everything, I mean, after the flight, everything is managed within a few days, up to 3-4 days.
Okay, thank you, Lara. It's a very interesting application, a real application of drones in agriculture. And it's interesting the figure that we have provided us about the dimension of the area, because during the pandemic, I was in contact, in touch with farmers from Brazil. He called me, okay, we are very interested in using satellite data for our activities because we have 11 planes and dozens of drones, but they are not enough for us. And I asked, okay, please, but how large is your land? Okay, more or less 5,000 square kilometers. Is more or less the province of Bari. This is just one company. Okay, it's clear that you need the data fusion using satellite data, airplane, that probably we have a structure of our agriculture that is quite different from France, or Brazil and USA or Australia. And then I would like to ask to Paolo, I know that you produce tools, technology for to install on drones, and agriculture is one of the main important market for your company. And you don't agree about the number that we have seen before. And what is your experience in this and your point of view in using drones in Italy and abroad?
Have I an hour to answer? Or?
I don't know.
I try to be really synthetic. Our customers are farmers and service provider providing services to farmers, together with their agronomists. I'm an engineer, not an agronomist, so I don't speak about agriculture, but I hear a lot about agriculture. And drone can be really an innovative tool in agriculture because it can be the tool to arrive to the agriculture 4.0. So-called 4.0. Why? Because traditional agriculture is based on time. Tractors go in the field and distribute products every week, every 2 weeks. So based on time, with a lot of resources, liters and liters of water and products. A drone system can be a tool useful to analyze the situation and act according to the real situation in that moment. And so to distribute the right amount of product only where it is needed and when it is needed. And only in the amount it is needed. So it is a precision farming tool, the ideal precision farming tool. Both for survey by using visible images or also multispectral images, but especially to spread products. And the use of drone to distribute very light products is an enabling tool to spread biological control. Biological control is a technique made by the distribution of living insect to fight against bad insect on as parasite on different crops. The interesting fact is that insects are very light and can be distributed in an automatic way, in a very effective and efficient way by a drone. So by using a drone in biological control on corn, you can distribute in small capsules, including 1,000 eggs of a good insect, able to parasitize the eggs of the bad insect. You can cover more than 100 hectares per day. That means that the application works for the farmer that has a green approach to his crop, work for the service provider that by making a small investment is able to cover a lot of surface and then provide to cover a big area with this service. So obviously drones are complementary to satellites, less area but bigger resolution and bigger time frequency when it is needed. And obviously they cannot be compared with the traditional tractors that can spread 1,000 liters of product. But especially for biological control, even a 30 liters drone or some kilos payload drone can be really effective and useful to have a productivity and to help farmers to have their production increasing. Just to give an example, by using a small drone, it is possible to spread pollen on some crops like walnut, pistache, and other crops, helping olive trees, helping production and increasing production and granting production exactly in a natural way. You can collect powder, you can collect pollen when it is available and distribute very precisely by drone when flowers are acceptable. So in a very green way, you can have a very useful task for farmers.
Okay, thank you, Paolo. Your speech introduced me to the last round, and we have to finish, about the necessity to increase the use of the drones in agriculture. Probably it needs that we have to change the process, the workflow, the activities that the farmer has in their own activities. If we want to exploit the value of the drones in agriculture, which type of activities we need to do in order to obtain these results? Alessandro.
Is a very nice question. So I think the application of drones in agriculture, I think, is site-specific. So each area needs specific tools. So I can imagine, for example, in Puglia, we don't use to spread pollen for olives because we don't need this. But in some area, for example, in north part of Italy, in other area, they need this because they have some geographical problem and so on. I don't want to go inside this topic. But so, for example, in our region, one of the most important thing that we have to face is water. Okay, water scarcity is one of the most limited input for agriculture. If you don't have water, we cannot do agriculture in this region. So for that reason, the answer cannot be generalized, but is site-specific. I can talk about our region. So in our region, I think that we need easy tools, very cheap, that can be used by all the producers, that can help growers to apply water in the right time, at the right time, and also with the right amount of water. So to do this is very complex, but we are trying to do something by using different platforms, but also integrating this information with the software that are based on monitoring on the field. I'm talking about, for example, sensor for monitoring soil, or sensor that are on plants. I'm dendrometric sensor and so on. There are different things. So the idea is to integrate all this information and then to give to the growers some easy tools to manage irrigation. Another aspect that can be monitored is for sure nutrition. So for this we are working on building some prescription maps. And then also in this case, we can build some specific algorithms for specific crops. So what is my opinion is that sometimes algorithms are used for example, has been developed algorithm in olives, so we can use this algorithm for all varieties. So, okay, we can start from this, but we can improve the quality of the algorithm by testing and collecting information on the field in specific area, and then to improve the quality of algorithms for specific crops and varieties. So this is my idea.
Okay, thank you. Then we need a lot of knowledge to develop in order to do this. Okay, Laura, and in your opinion, which type of activities, changes we needed to do in order to increase the use of drones in agriculture?
Well, technically it's a tough question, but from our experience, we have seen that the most successful use cases are the ones in which drones can provide support for activities that are hardly performed by human alone, or in the detection, again, of weed or illness, let me say, of plants that are over large areas and that need a continuous monitoring over time, that, again, it's not easy to be done with a human being only. And, of course, I totally agreed with what Silvano was saying before, that especially in Italy, where the market is really fragmented, a strong presence or a strong support from the institution is crucial in order really to enable a larger market, an industrialized market, because otherwise, if we think about the small farmer or the small cooperative, usually they do not, let's say, they can't afford to introduce innovation and disruptive services for topics like sustainability or, again, in order to optimize their operation to perform this kind of operations that are performed maybe not at 100% of the quality, but in a cheaper way.
Okay. Thank you, Laura.
Thanks.
And Paolo, the same question for you. What do you think about the innovation that we have to do?
I think that Italy is the right place where to introduce innovation in agriculture, because we have very high value crops in very complex scenarios in which sometimes the drone could be the only one solution to make a task. For example, if you have vineyards in mountains or hills, in a steep slope scenario, and the drone can be the only one tool able to spread products on the hills. Obviously, we have to take into account that at the moment we have a strict regulation on the distribution of chemical products by drones. So there could be an enhancement in the regulation also, because there are plenty of experimentation that demonstrate that very probably a drone flying, distributing liquids is less invasive and with less drift than a normal and traditional tool. But we have a lot of products that can be distributed, fertilizer and other kind of biostimulants that are really helpful in combination with the tool for distribute, also regarding all the panorama of biological products. So I think that we need just to show to the farmer which could be the results by using drones, and by using drones especially for biological control. Just to give you some figures, while 3, 4, 5 years ago we spoke of hundreds of hectares managed by biological control treatment by drones. Now we are speaking of 1,000 hectares in Italy covered by drones making biological control tasks.
Okay. Thank you, Paolo. I think that it was a very interesting panel, because we have achieved a lot of information about drones and agriculture, and I think that we could close this panel. Thank you for all of you. Thank you. Okay. Grazie.
Thank you, Vincenzo, for the moderation. Now, next step is the session of demo, and I call again on the stage Silvano Capuzzo, Senior Advisor of DTIA. Silvano, for you.
Oh, I would like to stay seated as other speakers. Oh, this is. Well, we are now introducing the demo session where we will present activities already done or in development related both to agriculture area and to territory observation. We will start with the first demo, crop condition investigation and identification of critical factors that we can join to the previous panel. And I would like to call on stage again Mr. Vivaldi, Miss Esther Panteleo, sorry, and Mr. Vincenzo Davino. I know that Mr. Davino have probably to leave our panel because involved in a demo in real time that we would like to present in the following on this section. A brief introduction. I would like to start from your considerations. I agree with the difficulties that still we have to a correct use of all systems in a new agriculture. And I believe that the main problem is to change the paradigm to approach the question. Because we are involving in the development of innovative systems, but we are still thinking in the use in the old manner. We have to change, this is my opinion, altogether. In other case, we will have conflicts. And we have also to create acceptance in this way. It's not only related to application of the solution to have drones on any other system that fly, but it's necessary to have with farmers an approach that is cultural. We have probably to change our approach to a new agriculture. What do you think about?
I have to say that I was not, this question was not, I didn't expect this question because
I am a provocator, I am not a conductor.
But, so
you know that.
But I work in the field because our activity is in the field. What I can say is what the farmers think about, I mean, in this region, about these new technologies, these new tools. So, in order to understand the information that we can collect, we can receive from these new technologies, the growers needs knowledge and skills, okay, that in my opinion now are not so spread, if I can say so. But the question is, as I said before, we have to supply easy tools that can be clearly read and can be used by farmers. So I can give you an example. If I say that, if I say to the growers, okay, this is the prescription map of NDVI. So they say, okay, so what I can do with this. So they don't know what is NDVI, what is spectral indices, how we build prescription maps. So what they need are easy tools where they can understand what they can do with these tools. For example, okay, you gave me this map, but you have to tell me also how much fertilizer I have to apply in this area instead of this area, and so on. So I think that we need to improve also the quality of language, okay, that can be understandable also from farmers. So I think this is a tough question, very complicated, but from the field, this is what the growers think. This is my opinion.
Okay, thank you. I believe that we are still thinking as intellectual, not in user. But I want to start the demo. The short demo realized during the Tebaca project development that it presenting and give us the indication to have a following discussion.
Si occupa di definire e acquisire conoscenza strutturata su colture di vite, grano e olivo. Il progetto vede acquisizioni su più livelli, da satellite, aereo, da droni e su terra da rover o da operatori manuali. Lo scopo ultimo di questo progetto, oltre alla ricerca per sviluppare appunto nuovi algoritmi per quanto riguarda le colture in esame, è quello di creare un decisional support system per i agricoltori e i proprietari terrieri della Puglia. Oggi il distretto è impegnato in attività volative con un drone, imbarcando camere termiche e multispettrali. Queste immagini e questi dati, debitamente processati, saranno utilizzati poi per definire lo stato vegetativo e definire nuovi algoritmi per lo stato di salute delle piante.
Noi di Uniba ci occupiamo della raccolta dati in campo, in particolar modo ci occupiamo della raccolta dati relative all'attività fotosintetica, allo stato idrico della vite in questo caso e ad altri parametri ecofisiologici, perché l'obiettivo è quello di mettere insieme dati raccolti da diverse piattaforme aeree con i dati a terra per la realizzazione di modelli previsionali.
I am in particular position because I was involved in the preparation and the definition of the research project, and I am in difficulty to ask that to formulate some question to the other that now are still involved. But the first question to Vincenzo is, what were the founding elements and the objectives for starting to develop Tebaca research program?
Good afternoon.
About Tebaca is a project led by DTA, and I can talk about what I've said in the demo. It's the idea and the aims of the project is the definition of a methodology to achieve knowledge related to some crop typical of Apulia, like wheat, wine, and olive. Then the realization of an integrated multi-scale platform that can be used for the management of the observation using different platforms, like satellite for systematic acquisition, airplane for large-scale acquisition, and localized by drone and rover. And at the end, the design of, that for me is the main value of the project, the design of a service framework for the growers that can help them, like a decision support system, in taking decisions about the life of crops. And the idea of the project for me is the solution that the project can create, and is the possibility to allow both private company and the public agency to define new services with a strong added value.
Have you to leave for the demo, the following demo?
If I can, yes, sorry.
Of course. Ciao.
Bye.
Bye. An important element on the Tebaca project is the acquisition and the manipulation of data. Because our intent was not only to acquire information for solve problems, but was to acquire information to identify problems. And also to have a great attention not only to work when all the critical items are already evident, but to prevent the evidence of this critical date, starting from the consideration that an observation in frequency could be the solution. I have some intention also on how to intervene in frequency and not in chemics, but in physics manner on the culture, but it's not the goal of this panel. So I would like to ask to Esther, what are the process and the model that you have developed to manage data, but of course to create knowledge?
Okay, thank you. Thanks for inviting me to speak here. So I prepared a couple of slides, just to have an outline of what I'm saying. So I'm Esther Pantaleo, and I'm a researcher at the University of Bari in the Department of Physics, and we do artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms. We develop algorithms and apply them to different fields. We collaborate, we are partners in the Tebaca project. And I will talk about the computational platform, and I will give a quick overview of the methods we use. So, next slide. As you probably already know, okay, I can see now. The purpose is to build a structured knowledge of the life cycle of crops like grain, vines, and olives. And the proposer of the, thank you. The proposer of the project is DTA, but the partners are from Poliba, the Polytechnic University, the University of Bari, Unisalento, CNR, and other organisms. I will talk about the architecture for data acquisition, data ingestion, data exploration, analysis, visualization, navigation, and dissemination. We have to deal with a large amount of data, and each of these steps is fundamental, including the last step, the dissemination step. Some use cases are, for example, deep learning algorithm for patchwise classifications of land use, or algorithms that identify and count the number of trees. For example, olive trees. An application is the computation of the biomass by the estimation of the crown area. The project acquires data from different sources, different types of data, optical images, satellite images, ground data from spaceborne platforms, aerial platforms, and terrestrial platforms. Behind the architecture, there is the RECAS data center, which was born for astrophysics applications and now is also used for Earth observation data because of the large amount of data that comes from satellites. The architecture is this. The data is acquired by different sources, is ingested into the system, analyzed using high-throughput computational clusters or high-performance computing clusters. The output is saved in some folders, and then it can be explored using QGIS tools or dashboards for dissemination with the Jupyter Lab, and voila. These are just some technical details, packages that we use for development, and details of how to run high-throughput computational steps or high-performance computing steps for deep learning algorithms, like, for example, the one I showed before for land use classification. For example, you have an image from how do you call it? Aerial images, and you want to classify land use, identify if on a patch there are olive trees or vineyards or arable land, so you identify automatically the class. I think I'm done. So this is the general architecture, the computational framework within we work.
I would like to pose the attention also in this. We are discussing about primary sector agriculture, but we have evidence that operating on them, we can develop high level of knowledge and a high level of instruments to be used also in other sectors. All is related to the management of data and to transform data in knowledge. It's not only for the agricultural area, I think applicable in many other sectors. And this is also one of the results of working on agriculture that could be also transferred in the results in other areas. But I would like to, with Alessandro, when we approach this kind of knowledge creation, what is the first approach? To define solution rapidly applicable, or to define methods through experimentation, through validation, through conduction of many tests dedicated not in the solution, but in the knowledge application for to be able in follow to proceed?
Another tough question. So I can talk about Tebaka project. We have for sure implemented a new method. We stressed a lot this aspect because as you saw in the last presentation, we collected information from the field. And at the same time, we collected information from different aerial platforms, drones, airplane, and satellites. So, and then the idea is to use all this data in order to build models that are able, for example, to detect plant water status, nutritional plant status, or biomass. Or also we are trying to work in the discrimination and characterization of specific varieties. For example, in olive trees, we have more than 400 varieties. So one of the idea is to discriminate, characterize the spectral signature of each varieties. So we are developing for sure a method that can give us like an outcome, models that are calibrated on specific varieties in a specific area. But also we are producing for sure very interesting results in terms of, for example, we can give information about the plant water status at farm level. Okay, so for example, we are working in two of the biggest farms in our region. We can supply information about 200 hectares just by using our tools and our models.
Okay, I believe that the core is the data acquisition and data management to transform in knowledge. You really are using instrument of artificial intelligence. What is your perception on how to have to proceed also in the definition of tools, not only of results? In other way, are tools now used to develop knowledge at the correct level with what we are expecting, or there is also in this area the necessity to improve the solution proposed on the market?
So I think the important thing is to ask the correct questions, and then artificial intelligence can help answer. What the human eye can see, for example, there's so much data, and putting together ground data, satellite data, drones, and aerial, images from aerial platforms is really complex. But it's really important to have the question in mind. That's why collaboration between scientists of different fields, computational scientists, agronomists, is fundamental to. Otherwise, you get lost into data, like into the universe of data.
No, of course, but I believe that we are talking about complex architecture. What model of distribution of information and knowledge is necessary to arrive to the final user, the farmer?
I think there should be a very easy to use interface, with dashboards that are really communicative, and I think the tools should be kind of cheap or like not that expensive. Maybe state funds are fundamental for the tool to be used by little farmers. Yeah, so that's why we're also working on dissemination and on producing easy-to-use interfaces.
Okay, but the large amount of data, where have we to manipulate it? Where we have to manipulate so large amount of data?
Yeah, there are
it's not
cloud
possible
solutions.
to have distributed storage of this data. We need to have a central entity where it's possible to manage it and to define the knowledge with all the data available.
Yeah, so collaboration is fundamental, and there are cloud resources where you can share data between different actors so that knowledge can be shared exactly.
Okay. The last question, simple. We probably now can apply a solution to large farmers. How to proceed for all the farmers? What is the way?
I think there are already in the market some portal that are able to give such as information that are based on satellite platform, like prescription maps that can help growers to at a larger scale to use this information in their farm. But my opinion is, as I said before, is to improve the algorithm in order to, as I said, calibrate each algorithm for each specific situation, for each specific cultivar. For example, there is a huge variability between in terms of response to the water and nutrition between varieties, so it's important also to consider these aspects. And also there are also some pedoclimatic aspects that have to be that we have to take in consideration when we try to give some services that are based on information that came from aerial platforms.
Last rapid question. The use of simulation is mature or not?
I don't know, but what is my experience? That the experience is that in the farm we have a huge variability. So simulation, for example, we try to simulate or, for example, estimate some parameters, but most of models that have been developed are failed because the range of error is very huge, and so in my opinion, no, but it depends on the field of the application, depends on its situation, I think.
Okay, thank you. You will finish. I thank the panelists. Also, as you know, we have not prepared this panel, and we are, thank you, and we are now able to proceed with a real demo or not? Ok. Di chi? Prego, scusa, non ti avevo visto. Now we are some difficulty to hear you.
By the way, my main questions are regarding about your proposal, your text, really, so we appreciate your presentation, but let me ask you if you are also investigating in moving the reasoning, the approach from offline to real time. because in the portfolio of AE application, there are some capability in using, let me say, lower computational power with a neural network and so on that are capable to perform in real time, so during the activities. Sorry, just in the middle for leaving to me to just closing the question. By the way, I believe that my question is just for provoking you in going forward in understanding, because in the previous panel, Alessandro just mentioned, sorry, Mario Sciaburi from Partenova University of Naples and other reality. So I mean, there are a problem in the lack of using the data link for transferring a huge amount of data. You are right. This implies to have a kind of lag in time, but if you think improving the capability from the drones in elaborating and through the neural networks you can do it without problem, you can also apply, and thinking about it, now the drones are not just the capable in monitoring the things, but actuating it. For instance, thinking the graphs, they can also insert the IoT sensor in understanding if they are able to go forward in the same way or not. By the way, my question is real simple. Why you are not investigating in the future, or why you are not talking about to improve the capability, not only working offline, because it's not real intelligence. The frontier is looking in real time. So improving the capability, this implies to batch the file more small and capability to transfer it in real time, not losing time between the acquiring the data and processing it. Sorry for being longer, and so I will...
Okay, so I think this is the first step, what we're doing, developing the algorithms, and then once the algorithms and the models have been developed, they can be applied in real time. So,
but the algorithms are not aligned with the neural networks. Neural networks are not algorithms. Neural networks is an approach that leaving to them to move from data to, so the algorithms means looking for the linear approach.
So neural networks are an algorithm that you can apply in real time or not. I mean, if you train the algorithm offline and then you apply it in real time, you can use it in real time. You can train it before, and then you get the images, and you can just apply the model in real time. Like, for example, you build a land classification model, you train it, you develop it, and then you have a drone that sends images in real time, and the algorithm can tell you in real time if you can classify in real time because you have already developed the model offline. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question.
No, you answered, but I believe that we need more discussion. My only intention is just putting on the table this issue, not a discussion in scientific point of view, different view, and so on. Just for saying that before in the past, Alessandro mentioned that there is a lack in acquiring data and passing in processing.
I think he was talking about state of the art,
yeah.
But we are working on, of course, on this real-time approach. Yeah.
Yes, I can confirm what Esther said.
But I think that we have the machine that have time to learn. And then when the machine has learned, we will be able to accelerate or reduce the time of response. Probably. Yeah. I am not an
No, you are right. The only thing
I'm not an informatic, but
is that this learning capability is done by itself. So it's called machine learning. So that means I build a network, so a neural network, I leave it to them to acquire data and processing it. By the way, thank you for your attention, just for putting on the table this.
Okay, thank you. We are here, we can continue the discussion in the other side, but they are here. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you.
I receive many signals that we have something other to do, but I believe that we are starting with the real demo, is correct? Are we starting for the takeoff of the platform? È difficile capire cosa vuol dire questo.
Andiamoci.
Ah, okay, we can change the panel. Grazie.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so I invite Luigi Broccoleri again. He will explain me what means tree, what means this.
Surprise.
Yeah.
Surprise. No, we are switching demo. Technosky before. No, why? We need minutes for the demo of top view, so we decide to switch demo Technosky, and after we will have demo.
So we have.
Sorry for briefing you.
No, I am a provocator. I am used to be provoked, so it's not a problem. So we are talking about the demo part control. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. This is one of the demos that I believe from the point of view of execution are the more interesting, because we are operating in an urban area. This is in a peripheral urban area, still urban area, but as it is significant because we are flying really close to the airport, more 1 kilometer from the runway. And it means that it is really interesting because our rules now are really strictly. And we don't want to provocate. We want to verify what kind of problem we have, we could encounter, and what kind of solution we want to propose, particularly to the regulator, to overcome what are the limitations today on the activities. Please, bye.
Thank you very much for this introduction. So as you can see, the topic here is a demo that we performed in the last days to have an inspection of a park. So there is a park control in the CTR metropolitan area. So we have, as anticipated, I have to introduce that I'm replacing here my colleague of Technosky that was not able to participate. Technosky is the INAV company that perform WAS operation for monitoring and inspection, especially in airport environment. That's the reason why we achieved to perform a WAS operation inside the CTR of the Bari Palese Airport. So very close to the runway, as I said. We have prepared a small video recording the event, so the WAS separation. So I would suggest to start the video first, and then to have a few considerations about the achievement of this WAS operation. Thank you to the director. I have to click? Okay, arrives. Here it is. So as you can see, there is a drone that is a Nimbus drone, a UAS, with all the equipment, payload for visual and recording of the video for the inspection. Here you can see that there is a top view Pollicino for tracking. So I take advantage of this to say, of course, that we used USpace services for network remote identification and to traffic information provided to the US operator in order to report the localization identity of the US operation and to retrieve all the information of surrounding operation. Of course, in this case, there was the unique UAS flying, but it was an occasion for us to see the full chain of the moving the data from the US operator to US space service provider, the flight, and then back to the US operator with a consolidated viewpoint. As you can see, the activity has been performed in daytime and the nighttime. It was already dark when we performed, almost dark when we performed the operation as well. Here, of course, TechnoSky wanted to demonstrate not inspection per se, because I think we have plenty of operation for inspecting using payloads of UAS to detect movement, detect intruders, detect strange stuff happening on the ground. Here, the main focus of TechnoSky was to support and make evident that operation close to the airport, if organized, let me say, and in coordination with and interfacing with the airport air traffic service, of course, is possible. So that's the main message for this. So not to present the drone itself, not to present the capability of UAS that, of course, has been demonstrated several times, also for this, but not only for this, but mainly focusing to the possibility to fly in a very restricted area, no, and very complex area. Of course, this has been done. I have some couple of slides to support, thanks to one of the services that we are offering in this period, that is the D-Flight Coordination Center. That is the way we dialogue with the air traffic service. So it's a kind of bridging procedural element to connect US operator and air traffic control in order to find the possibility to fly in a very close in an airport surrounding, like this operation. Of course, this has been possible tactically because at the strategic level we performed several operations. Of course, because a specific operation risk assessment is the signing of a coordination letter, operation support letter between the stakeholders involved, so the air traffic service unit, the coordination center, and the operator itself, and other. Where in this operation letter, of course, we focused mainly on the procedure to be followed. So, waiting for a full collaborative interface, ATS-UTM, that is in the future envisaged. Of course, this represents, let me say, the procedural interface between ATS and UTM in this case. So, the possibility to let dialogue the world of the drones with air traffic services. I have next steps. Of course, we have to evolve. So, as we said, the procedures are, of course, taking benefit of telephone calls and agreement on time to release the area in case of emergency and so on. But this is the case also, as we said, to mature this technology, to transform this technology in collaborative interface, and to in the future to have everything with the digital service to support this kind of coordination itself. I don't know if there are any questions.
No, Luigi became commercial people already. He doesn't need a conductor. He's able to perform all. But I believe interesting to have some consideration about the form of cooperation with all the entity involved in the demonstration, because I believe this is the way. We have notated that each one is open to discuss, but if we don't have discussion, each one is closed. So I believe that it is really important to have tables, to have places where to discuss about new CONOPS. Is correct. and about how to consider in the right way the evaluation of technology and how we can support this evaluation with the new rules, new applicative rules.
Yes, for sure, we are at the beginning of the story. No, that's true. We have several research and innovation projects dealing with evolution of procedures and techniques. So, okay. No, just to understand if I have to finish or not, but okay, I can go.
No, you can
so, regarding the new rules, of course, now the UAS is still an aircraft, so of course it's important to take seriously in consideration the flying object close to an airport, and but for sure with all the experience we got and all the capability that the drones are demonstrating in terms of geofencing, in terms of termination, in terms of emergency recovery, gives the possibility to maybe have a step forward to let reduce maybe this margin that we take in order to take some useful consideration on this. So maybe we can benefit from what we have witnessed in this year to derive some optimization even more. So that's true.
Okay. I don't know yet ready to start with the demo in real time. You are.
Thank you. I'm still
again.
here. Do you want I?
No, you stay here. Okay. I don't know if we are ready to start with the demo in live. Alberto, che famo? Come di atterraggio?
No, non siamo ancora autorizzati alle cose.
We have some problem to take off. No, but no, the people at the table was involved in the second demo in the urban area. That was the inspection of a channel, a water channel, inserted really in the urban area. And yesterday, I don't know if and when we can start with the demo in real time, but I believe it is really useful to speak about what happened yesterday. Yesterday, we started to perform the mission. We starting from the Fiera and we go to the sea. Over the sea, we started the insertion in the channel, and we received an indication to immediately land because other civil traffic was crossing our trajectory. Not planned, all the actors informed that we will perform and starting at that time and landing and the other. And it was, for us, managed as an emergency. So we verified yesterday that also in event not planned, we are now already in condition to manage emergency. That I believe is an important step on the evolution. And the actors are here. So I leave to Alberto to explain it in a better way, because my consideration probably could be too aggressive.
Okay, thank you Silvano. So let me introduce myself. My name is Alberto Mennella, and I am the innovation manager in TopView. TopView is a small-medium enterprise. We are a drone operator and technology manufacturer. Okay, better now? Okay. So we are supposed to have 2 demonstration missions in the drones beyond. One mission was the inspection on one small canal called La Saminata Canal, and this inspection is about identify possible debris that may affect the environment and so on. We made a dry run yesterday, so we were supposed to test this mission for the first time yesterday, and actually the drone is on the vertipad waiting for an authorization to fly. So actually we were supposed to take off at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but as by procedure we were in contact with the air traffic services, and we were requested to wait. We don't know exactly the reason, but probably because there's some other traffic. So actually we are waiting. But in the meantime, we would like to explain a little bit more in detail the mission, and to show you in real time some footage, some video footage live of the drone, and also from the control room. We have our pilots, our staff that is operating different mission. So actually, we have on the drone a payload. This payload has been developed. This is the first prototype of this payload. This payload has been developed within the project CertiFlight, which is a project that has been co-founded by EUSPA. And this payload exploits the new navigation authentication message of Galileo. And we exploit, our idea in this project is to exploit this new authentication signal with the combination of other technologies as blockchain for providing new services that have been also theorized and standardized in the UTM space as the legal recording service. So what we would like to demonstrate in this case, so this mission has many, will showcase, let's say, many aspects. One of the aspects is to prove with the signal that the mission did not make any airspace infringement, so that the planning of the mission would have been performed within the planned flight plan that has been shared with the authority during the assessment of the mission. And also, and we will showcase in another mission that we will perform tomorrow, that the data collected by the payload, so for instance, photographs or any kind of information that could be tagged somehow with this authentication message, is something that can be used as the basis of potential legal evidence for a new category of services. And for instance, in the demonstration that we will perform tomorrow, we will simulate a car accident where it is important to freeze the scene, and the pictures gathered in that very specific moment should be used afterwards for forensic analysis, such as measurement of the distance and all the, let's say, the indication that can be used by the local authorities for the investigation. So we believe that this new opportunity, this new service proposed by Galileo with addition of new technology can play an important role. And yes, we really hope that we will be able to see the real demo in a few minutes. If we will not be able to perform the demonstration right now, we have anyway the registration of the video that we did yesterday, so we can comment the mission and we can showcase you the mission that we performed. So probably
we have 3 minutes to recover. I believe that it could be useful, if it's possible, to see and the demo recorded yesterday, to start with some consideration about what happened. Do you agree? It's possible to start with the demo recorded?
No. I believe that we have the authorization to fly in 3 minutes. So
no, we have to wait 3 minutes.
In 3 minutes, yes.
We have no coffee break. Stay seated.
Okay, so in the meantime, maybe if it is possible to hand over with the control room, because we have Mark Conisi from TSP, another company that is that joined Certiflight Consortium, that is operating this new platform called Certiflight, where we will showcase some information more related to the Galileo signal, because the new transponder that has been installed on drone has a GNSS OSNMA enabled receiver. So please, Marco, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Marco speaking.
Sorry, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if you can see even the screen of the platform. Please confirm.
No, actually, we cannot see the screen. We cannot see your screen.
Okay. No, just to know, because maybe what should be interesting, Alberto, is that based on the data we registered yesterday, we could provide an analysis on the usage of the OSNMA, as it has been explained also this morning, but by EUSPA, which is in charge to provide the service, is one of the key enablers for application like that, because you can use a position which is in some way trusted, because the receiver knows that the satellite used is Galileo, and we can add an additional layer against spoofing. So as you cannot see the center room, I don't know how to explain, but anyway, we are able to provide a quite real-time analysis based on that, so that to me, one of the interesting points is, as in the majority of the cases, we are in possibility to use 7 to 9 Galileo satellites which are authenticated. It means that it is possible to have a full...
Sorry to interrupt you, but it looks like the drone is about to take off, so maybe we can switch to take off and we can come back to the Certiflight platform.
Okay.
Okay, so if you can see here, the Certiflight UTM box is the one that is on the top of the drone, that white box. This box, of course, we are still talking here about R&D, because this is not yet a product. And I would like also to highlight that the box does not interfere anyhow with the command and control of the drone. So, but we exploit the experience of Policino UTM box that is widely used among different US operators. So from that technology, we tailored that technology with this particular new service, with this new potential, for this new potential application. And this receiver has has a higher performance comparing to the one that to the one that we use on Policino. The drone finally is taking off. So the mission that has been planned will be followed as per mission planned. So actually, the drone will take off from the vertiport. There is already a coordination with the local authorities, so with the local police for interrupting the traffic, especially here in the front on the main entrance of the fair, because this is a high density traffic. So our team is in coordination with the local police, and then it will reach height of 45 meters above ground level, and actually is following this flight path in a very narrow corridor, as you can see. We have also a particular maneuver that will be implemented during the mission. As you can see, the mission is automatic, so this means that the pilot will only intervene in case of need, but the drone will follow automatically the mission for each waypoint. And from at a given waypoint, there will be a handover maneuver. So this means that the command and control of the pilot, we have 2 pilots in command in this mission, the command and control of the drone will be handed from one pilot to another, and this is about to happen in the next few minutes. Of course, considering that we are in a very challenging environment, considering especially the electromagnetic spectrum of interference and many radio, many base station and so on, there's the possibility that the video signal could be lost or could be weak, as the warning message that now we are experiencing in real time, because this is actually the ground control station of the pilot. This is exactly what the pilot can see in this moment. But the drone will keep on performing his mission, and of course the command and control, the primary command and control is always guaranteed. When the handover will be performed, the control will pass to the other pilot. The other pilot has a much better, is in a better position, because he is located nearby the canal. And the challenge here is that in order to maintain the horizontal buffer on ground, we should perform a very precise navigation in the very center of this canal, and we have 2 bridges that with moderate to limited vehicular traffic. So we discussed with the authority about possible mitigation to cross this road, and which kind of mitigation should have been put in place. And at the end, we agreed that considering the video feedback on board, it would have been possible to cross this street just by having the visual feedback as a primary means of situational awareness. So this means that when there will be no traffic, vehicular traffic on both sides, it will be possible to cross the road, always minimizing the time of crossing and always making a perpendicular crossing towards the street. So actually the mission of inspection is starting right now. We just had this long flight path to enter in the canal, minimizing the ground risk by flying on the sea. And actually, yeah, this is okay, the moment where we have to cross the bridge, and we have to be very careful to wait in case there will be vehicular traffic underneath. Okay, we have also some additional means of control of the mission. So what we have seen so far is the ground control station of the pilot, but we have also this CertiFlight UTM box that provides also to not only to the CertiFlight application software, but also to DFlight, the track in real time. So Luigi, if you would like to spend some word about the tracking in DFlight.
Yes. Dually, from a use space perspective, the operation, of course, has been planned and authorized with the mechanism like flight authorization. So this means that DFlight own the trajectory that the drone will follow, and for sure it is strategically deconflicted with any other UAS operation in the area. Then, of course, with the tracking mechanism and the tracker that is in CertiFlight box that enlarge, let me say, the capability of UTM box. So with the possibility to give the tracks, so the localization and identity per time in the time. Of course, the flight can provide this information. Now,
yeah.
Okay.
But basically, this footage here in real time is exactly the inspection mission that we are performing. So as you can see, the mechanism that you see here on the ground control station of the pilot is the flight termination system. This is an independent mechanism that in case of unlikely events like flyaway or things like that, the pilot can terminate the flight. And these are the footage regarding the mission, so the inspection mission of the canal. One of the things that you may have recognized in this mission is the weakness of transmission signal sometimes. This might be a limitation, especially in the city, because of the very interferent environment, radio frequency environment. Of course, there will be new mechanism to, let's say, to have also additional feedback video, for instance, from 5G telephone network that will allow also, that potentially may allow also command and control, and this would facilitate the BVLOS operation. So this is something that, in our opinion, is a gap that should be filled eventually. And also for some particular mission where there's not enough 5G coverage or 4G coverage, the satellite link may represent also a very good alternative, and also in some cases a very good redundancy in case of problems. The mission now, I think that we reached the last waypoint on the forward direction of the mission. So the drone actually is flying for about more than 10 minutes, I would say, 10-15 minutes. Didn't.
In the room, together with Marco, there is also Marco, the other one, Marco Formato, that is operating DFlight. So in the other screen, you can see, of course, the viewpoint of the USSP, and USSP service is equivalent of what the planning tool of the operator, which provide, of course, the other details. So you can see a volume of airspace and the path and the tracking inside the path as well in the USSP part.
Yes, regarding the flight, the drone operation area was activated this morning. So we had this confirmation and we started the operation after having activated the drone operation area. I would take the chance to give again the word to Marco Nisi that was explaining the CertiFlight platform, maybe providing some additional data to the Galileo SNMA, how many Galileo satellites are actually used in the PVT solution that we are using for tracking. Marco, you still there?
Yeah, I'm there, but as I cannot see you, you can imagine anyway. So I think what can be helpful, if you are able to see the screen of CertiFlight, maybe I can go on the analysis.
Marco, can you speak a little bit louder, please?
Now? Is it better now?
Yeah, much better. Thank you.
Okay. So I was just to support the discussion, maybe what should be interesting is to show another perspective, because what you can see now is the real-time acquisition, but if I go, so this is a sort of processing of the mission, so of the today mission, which is 25th. And I'm just recapping with the information I was discussing at the very beginning about the OSNMA. OSNMA, I think it has been explained, it is a service of Galileo providing the authentication of the satellite. So if we use this satellite, we have more trustness against spoofing, and it is an additional layer for the security of the position in terms of authentication. So this is the campaign we are just doing now. So we collected this point, and the majority, we have at least one satellite, but I think it is at the very beginning, as you can see now. This is the trajectory. As you were saying before, Alberto, for instance, in this period, we had a point, but after that we had another one after 5 seconds. So just to show what you were expressing before. But coming back to the OSNMA, what is important is that in this mission, we see that at least, we have 4 satellites used, and it means that you can provide a complete Galileo solution, not using the other satellites, which is at this stage the position authenticate. And it is a very good point, because after that you can use the other satellites, but you have a reference position which is authenticated, which is an important point when it comes to application related to the institution, and when you have to pay attention to any potential accidental or voluntary attack. And this is the result. So I think what is interesting is that at least, I should say, 90% of this trajectory, we were using 4 satellites. You can see the profile of the mission. For instance, we are showing for each time, we were using a total of 10 satellites, for instance, since Galileo. So I think this is not quite good open sky condition. So we were seeing in the past better condition. But anyway, so coming to this point, I think we are able, explaining this, using that data to have an initial advantage, to explain an initial advantage of the OSNMA service, because based on that you can say that the position is authenticated, and you can build several applications on that point.
Okay, Marco, thank you so much for your explanation. Maybe we have some other footage of the drone, some other. No, maybe, yeah, okay. This is a real-time camera, so actually the drone is maneuvering for entering inside the Fiera. Again, the local traffic has been closed by the police. I think you can recognize the car that are stopped actually. And this is the drone that is coming back, is entering inside the Fiera. Yeah, so this is exactly what the pilot in command see from his ground control station. I think we are about to land. So I think this mission lasted about 20 minutes, something like that, about 20 minutes. And yes, now we are just performing the landing maneuver. I think we got, anyway, good feedback, good experience from this mission, because especially yesterday when we dry run the mission, we had this dry run, we had we have performed some operation that have been described also in by our procedures, and we tested that the mechanism of the insertion of in a procedural way of drones inside manned traffic, let me say, is something that is feasible. There's still some gap to overcome, but I think that this is a very good experience for everybody.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, of course. You have seen a real-time missions that internally of a urban context. And I would like to stress your attention on this, because is the road that we are following as testing new solution. Our compass did that at the beginning we can use airport of Grottaglie, where we have no limitation to fly over the runway, simulating mission profile, acquiring necessary confidence and definition of mission profile to be operated. But also now we are able, and this is the second demonstration, because already yesterday we performed part of these missions, then we have an urban test range. I believe that this is interesting, because we can tune on a really environment mission that we have planned in environment with minor criticism. The way also that I would like to stress is that this mission in the evolution will be not only an experimental test, because we are talking about experimentation now, is not a certified mission for the future. And we would like to stress that we will join simulation and testing to have really a high level of confidence that what we go to perform is the higher level of security that we now can have. This is important to demonstrate that we can define the initial phase of a mission in an environment, acquire the level of confidence to perform the tuning and to improving of the application in the future, because we are not here to demonstrate that drones fly, but we are here to demonstrate that drones can fly in urban environment, in security, reaching the target that are the basis of the mission, because we are not discussing up to now, but this mission are planned to control an urban territory. An urban territory, respect to security aspects, security environmental aspect, any other kind. The client of this new mission is the municipal policy of Bari, that was involved also in the experimentation for the definition of the goals from the point of view of the final user to be reached, and I believe that are really interesting. We will continue, this is our scope, to perform to improve always the kind of mission clearly, and the end with the necessary relationship with regulator authority, with the service providers, and with the customer, we are at the beginning of a walking that need to integrate really in these two kinds. Testing area for the beginning with the higher level of security, environmental and application area for the demonstration and the tuning.
Thank you, Silvano.
I believe that.
Maybe we can ask if there are some questions.
Okay.
Do you have any question about the mission? Any curiosity?
Anyway, we will follow you with the information. You have your email and all your references. No, but it's really interesting to demonstrate that what up to yesterday was prohibited, today has been executed in the security without any and go against any rules, but with the participation of all the actors involved in a good cooperation to solve any kind of problem and to define really a solution acceptable for all. Thank you. I don't know how many of you have already assisted in a real mission in urban environment, but this, if you have already done that, this is one. In other ways, this is the first.
Thank you, Silvano.
Bye. Thank you to
Silvano.
Ne faremo tante ancora, dai. Ammazzate, erano preoccupati, giustamente. Lo siamo stati tutti, adesso sorridiamo, ma insomma non è stato così facile. Bene, adesso passiamo a dimostrare una applicazione già operativa. La fortuna dei vigili del fuoco è quella di essere un ente di Stato. È inutile porsi domande, ma hanno regole differenti. Ma quello che importa è come Onofrio Russo, to demonstrate, what is important is to demonstrate that there are already the application operative, significant intervention, a significant mission for protecting our life. And so if you agree, we can start with the presentation of two or three, I don't know, one short imagine, and then to start to discussion.
Yes, this is some recorded video. It's not a real mission. Yes, we are in 2019, a forest fire in Varese, and this was very important for us because with a thermal view during the night, then when the manned craft not works on the fire, we have possibility to see the flame, and the real advantage was that in the morning, the day after, the director of forest firefighting operation have the map of the real situation at the morning. Then is useful to optimize the strategy in the morning. When in the evening of the day before, the flame was on the other side of the mountain. Then when he arrived in the morning, he found the map on the real time, and then was very useful to managing the operation of the manned aircraft in this case, to fight really the fire. This is another view on the beginning. Then we are in the daylight, but manned aircraft was not on the scenario, and was helpful, useful for this case. In this case, to have a visual situation, also if the smoke is. This in this video we are in Varese, at the beginning of 2022, the last year, and this was a good example of rapid deploy of the drone with the first responders, to have an overview of the risk that we have for the fire. In this case, we are in Tuscany, in Massa Rosa, and this is an example of drone flight over after the fire, to see a damage assessment, to see an estimated area burned, and also some infrastructure damaged from the fire. For example, the house. It's possible to reach rapidly all the area burned by the flame. This was some video of operation.
What is important, I believe that the fire brigade has already inserted in their own activities the use of drones. Starting from, I believe, prevention, because I think that is a really important activities for you, but also for the intervention on the accident and on the evaluation of damages performed by the event, and also, I believe, for the following phase of the recovery of the terrain or of the situation, critical situation that you encountered.
Yes, on the wildfire, we have possibility in some case to monitor for some parts. So, for example, in this year, we have some national natural park that have a team of drones for monitor randomly the area, and to check for early warning, early ignition. And also we use on the forest fire to support the teams, the rescue that fight the fire, especially to have a situational awareness of how the flame is running, and with what velocity it's arriving, for example, close to building, as in this case, in the picture, we are in Varese, in the Angera, because there was a forest fire in a really anthropized area. And then was very helpful, the view from height of the drone, especially during the night, to have the awareness of how far the flame was from the building, and from the teams that are protecting this building. is important in U.S. operation, especially on the forest fire where there are manned aircraft, to have a spatial and temporal separation with manned aircraft. Then is useful use drone, but we have to use when there are no manned aircraft on the scenario. It's important to coordinate also the use of airspace if there are other aircraft. These are another example of a very complex situation. This video is in Massa Rosa, and there was a very huge wildfire in Tuscany. In this case, there are a lot of teams on the ground to work. As you see, we are also outside from the daylight. It's very, very huge. It's important to use drones also when the fire is fight for the mop-up activity, then to look for hotspot to avoid the new ignition. In this case, for example, on the right, we are also in Varese, in Montegrino this year, and this was some area of hotspot close to the building. This imaging was useful to give the direction of ground teams to fight the fire. After the fire, there are also possibility to make a flight for have orthophotogrammetric situation of the area burned or not burned, as in the case on the right. We say that particular importance of the data collected by drones is there are georeferenced. That is important to collect on a base map all the data georeferenced. Italian Fire Service use a geoportal that allow to put on side all the information georeferenced collected by all the teams that are on the ground. Some case study about wildfire. Here we are in 2022 in Canton Ticino, in Monte Gambarogno, was very close to Italian border. There is this situation on the last city of Italy because there are wind from northwest. And on the left, you can see the burned area that arrived close to Italian border. They ask for, in Switzerland, they don't use drones, the fire service don't have drones. Then ask us to fly for them after the authorization to fly. We make some flight for them to make some hotspot, to looking for some hotspot. Very important, the briefing with the commander, with the chief of Canton Ticino of Bellinzona Fire Brigade, and also the possibility to see the picture that the drones capture, because it's important also not only to see the picture, but also to interpret what information are on the picture. We give this information to the chief with the hotspot georeferenced with the picture, and in this way he directs the fight operation. This is an example of how we can see how they found on the scenario. Another case that you see on the on the video before is Varese, 2019, I already said. And in that period, there was another ignition on the night, and we can have possibility to deploy immediately the team that was on the command with the first responders. And it was very important for the chief of the ground team have the real position of the flame in the beginning of the fire. Another case study was in Oristano in 2021. It was a very big and large area covered by wildfire. In this case, the drone was used for assessment post-event. Then there was a lot of little area that was done to the drones team. And the task was to check for the building and to report some picture of the building to have a rapid assessment of damage. In this case, we make over than 400 target on the area burned by the fire.
Okay, only a question. What is the impact of your activity on the total commitment of the fire brigade, fire body?
We use it on, I think, all ordinary event. It's the rescuer have advantage from use of drone for this possibility to see inaccessible part of the territory, to have an extension of range of view of the commander. It's important for the commander to have awareness also away from him.
Okay. Any question for you? No. No, one, please. Gelato.
My name is Chiara Albertazzi. I have a question about fire prevention. If there are plans to implement some system to monitoring fires very early and to prevent them, and what is the role of the unmanned system in this possible plan?
So the prevention really, so the fire service is in charge when something happens. Only in some situation we have a possibility to monitor in prevention because is in charge to other authority. But I think that with drones and with specific sensor is possible to check for this. But we make it only in a specific case that because we are in charge when ignition comes.
Please.
Do you hear me? Okay. So my question is, my name is Alberto Cipriani. Making a question just this morning. How could be important to monitor a fire when the fire already ignited, and to have a drone that can act on the fire? I don't know, with a payload that can be spread, yes, extinguish the fire.
In this moment, we use only manned aircraft for fight the fire. With drones, we use drones to help the operation on ground. I think that the technology can help all for the future. But now we don't use it for fight the fire, but only to collect information for optimize the managing of ground resources, or to address this by the way of director of forest firefighting operation, the job of the manned aircraft.
Thank you. I believe that, I am not sure, but probably some firefighting bodies use drones for the upper levels of building, not only for recognition, but also for intervention on the fire. Is correct?
From a tall building, I think we are looking for this also in our research department of the fire service.
Also for recovery of people close on the fire at the level of building?
No, to have possibility to fight the face fire on the building. There are now something study on this.
Okay, but I believe that with the increasing weight of the platform, it could be possible to reason in that direction. No, it's not your job. Okay. Well, any other question? Okay, thank you, Onofrio, for all. Bye. Now, Paolo Marras is here, yeah. We start for the speeching that we are talking about also in agriculture application, particularly from the side of observation. And I would like to stress your presentation on the other side, the side of intervention, that I believe could be, of course, integrated with the observation. So I say that you can demonstrate all the activity starting from the acquisition of knowledge to solution of the problem.
Thanks for
some problem, not all.
Thanks for the introduction. It's really tough for me to arrive at 5 p.m. after firefighters and after a real demo, but please go on with the video. I will just try to give you a full overview of the use of drones in agriculture, starting from the surveying task, but arriving deeply in the distribution task. Just a few words about the company. I've already introduced it before. We provide solutions based on drones in several markets, from security to the firefighters applications with our integration for research centers, and also development for specific tasks for enterprise. But we are mainly focused on agriculture. Why? Because agriculture is a real and an important market for drones, and in this market we can provide a commercial off-the-shelf solution provided and manufactured by very big companies such as DJI Agriculture. We are a distributor, maintenance center, and training center of DJI Agriculture, but not only from DJI Agriculture, but also custom-made solutions. Drones in agriculture, we have said, can be used to make survey and to make distribution. In this picture, you can see a small multispectral drone that now is used every day by farmers, but also an hyperspectral sensor mounted on drones can be used for research. So from operational to research. A drone can be a useful tool for both. By using a multispectral sensor, I can have images useful to target a distribution by a drone. In these videos, you can see industrial drones used to spread liquids, not chemicals, but biological, fertilizer, biostimulants products, and granulates to seeds distribution, for example. As you can see, the distribution system by drone is really efficient. From an eye point of view of from an height of 9 meters, you can cover a row of 9 meters, and in a very efficient way, you can distribute the exact amount of product per hectare, but in a less volume of liquid because of the capacity of the distribution system to penetrate the crops, even if you are in a very high vegetation level. Obviously, plants, the flight is made by a software. The flight is totally automatic. The drone is able to fly very low altitude because of a radar that make it able to follow the terrain, to avoid the obstacle, and to be really efficient, even if you know the agricultural scenarios can be really complex and difficult. Sometimes we have a drone with a 10 liters tank, we have a drone with the 30 liter tanks, and sometimes it's more useful to use a smaller drone, 10 liter tanks, but with a more easy logistic. A drone doesn't make particular effort flying above and low following an hilly terrain. So probably it's better than go manually or better than using traditional methods that when you have a very steep slope terrain, it's really difficult to use. Consider that the limit is the payload capability. To fly a drone more than 25 kilos, we need an authorization by the Civil Aviation Authority, but we have that kind of authorization, and we can make operators able to get that authorization. That is an authorization for specific scenarios, but is a generic authorization, so not bounded to a specific field, but linked to a specific scenarios, and that can be applied in different fields. Obviously, we are speaking of rural scenarios, so small risks, and then we can fly with not big problems. Consider a very short flight, 10-15 minutes, and targeted to distribute as soon as possible what is the content of the tank. This is a standard video, and now you can see a more concrete and operational video acquired in a potato field this summer, where we have a lot of water that prevent the farmers to go inside the field to use traditional methods. In this case, by distributing 20-30 liters per hectare of liquids, is impossible to have the same results as in the case of traditional methods. In these videos, you can see two T10 in action in the same area, distributing biological product against problems on these potato fields. Especially in a season, as we had last year, with the very big problems of floods and the water, the possibility to use such a kind of system is really appreciated by farmers and by service provider in the field. Obviously, we are speaking of an innovative tool, but farmers really understand the capability of the system. They just need to understand how it's possible not to distribute 1,000 liters per hectare, but tens liters per hectare. This is a real video in Abruzzo this year. As you can see, in this case, the flat terrain really help the possibility to distribute, but also in a very complex scenario, a drone can distribute, can have a very good results. And not always bigger is better. It depends on the scenario. It depends on the product. Can we move on the video if possible? This is for liquids and for granulates in a broadcast way. As you see, the pilot is needed for regulation and to have supervision of the drone, but the flight is completely automatic. When the requirement application cannot be satisfied by the commercial drone, we can design and industrialize and bring to the market a customized solution. In this picture, you have seen some countries where we have provided our kits that can be installed on standard industrial drones to be helpful for biological control. In particular, in this video, you are seeing a distribution kit developed in collaboration with Copper, that is a multinational company providing useful insects for biological control. And in this case, the kit is installed in a standard enterprise drone and is used to distribute in an optimized way beneficial, so useful insects on several crops. The flight is completely automatic. The drone is flown in an automatic way, and also the distribution of the product is done in an automatic way. So the drone and the kit are linked together by a software link. This kit has been awarded at last EIMA, that is a very important fair in Italy, as a technical innovation. As you can see in this picture, the distribution cannot be done covering all the field, but just on the border, because the problem comes from outside to our field, and then it is sufficient also to save product that really worth an important value, to distribute along the border of the field simply by having our software that is able to plan an automatic flight over the border. Consider that in other cases you can or you must cover all the field. The interesting thing is that the kit can be equipped on different kind of drones. So we can provide the same kit to be installed on different drones. So the drone can be purchased all over the world, and we can provide them, according to our experience in Italy, in very important scenarios, the solution. This is a kit to distribute insects in adult form, but we started 5 or 6 years ago developing a kit to distribute small capsules used in the biological control on corn against European corn borer. That is a big problem that gives also problem in the derivated products from corn, so in the milk. So it's very important to have a good corn at the end of the season, and the biological control is widely used to fight against this problem. And the technique is really simple. You need to distribute these small capsules, 1 gram per capsule, with 3,000 or 4,000 eggs of this good insect, able to parasitize the eggs of the bad insect. So it is a technique that lasts in the time. So while you act with a chemical product, you are killing in that day, in that moment. By using a biological technique, your fighting against the parasite lasts in the time. The interesting thing is that you can cover more than 100 hectares per day by making all automatic flights in a very fast way, up to 13 meters per second, so more or less 50 kilometers per hour speed, dropping this small capsule in a very precise way, covering all the field. By using the software, you can get the boundaries of the field, and then at the end of the flight, you will have the report of each capsule released. That was a kit to distribute capsule with eggs. This is a kit to distribute small granulates. Consider that while you are, when you distribute seeds, you need to distribute kilos. When you distribute beneficial, so useful insects, you need to distribute hundreds of grams per hectare. And also, for fighting mosquito larvae, you can distribute a biological product on water standing against mosquito larvae. So once again, distribute small granulates, very light, in a very efficient way, could be an interesting technique used by drones to have biological control on several scenarios. And in very fast way, 1 hectare in 10 minutes of water standing distribution for mosquito larvae is a very interesting efficiency. The same kit with a slight modification can be used to distribute pollen previously collected and can cover up to 2 hectares in more or less 10 minutes. So very fast and very precise work to help the production in crops like walnut, pistache, olive trees. Consider that we have just finished last year a multi-year project in Tuscany, coordinated by Coldiretti Tuscany, that at the end of 3 years or 4 years experimentation demonstrated an increase of production of up to 20% in the fields in which the distribution of the pollen previously collected were done in an automatic way by a drone. Simply the pollen is mixed to a very fine powder and then distributed by the drone. Some other example of interesting distribution task by drone. In this case, the kit developed by us and used for biological control was to spread adult insect. Also in this case, we are testing with an important research center in Bologna the capability to distribute sterile male of mosquito to fight mosquito in cities. Another example of distribution system targeted to distribute not vertically but horizontally, used to contrast wind in ancient walls. So this is an example in Treviso city, where we have a very complex scenario where there aren't any other methods to distribute and to contrast with in that case. As you can see, only a drone flying in a very complex scenario can distribute in that kind of place. Starting from this example, we developed a project called CleanFly, founded also by the European Union, the region Lombardy, making it possible to distribute a big quantity of liquids for cleaning vertical surfaces. In this case, the tank is not on top of the drone, but is at the ground, and we have a link and the capability to provide the liquid for a long time to fight, for example, problems in ancient buildings, or to contrast, as in this case, parasites on big trees. So we are working to give solutions to use a drone in different cases, and according to the scenario and according to the application, is possible to have different combination. The tank on the drone, limited by the payload capability of the drone, or the tank at ground. In that case, you have a more complex operation, but you have the capability to distribute continuously a lot of water, a lot of liquids. These are a list of our products that we are selling also abroad, and so they complete a set of possible applications in which, as we were saying, the drone can not only be used with a small sensor to make a survey, but with an acting payload to make distribution. This was our stand in Bologna, my event. Also, we have been 2 weeks ago here in AgriLevante Fair, and I can grant that farmers are really showing a lot of interest in this kind of application.
Okay, thank you. Only a question. I don't want to look at your budget, but was it the level of acceptance of farmers, clients, your client, for this proposal, new technology proposals?
The level of acceptance is really good, and it is determined by figures, by money. If you think that by using a 20,000 investment, you can have, if you are a service provider, a 100,000 revenue per year by using this kind of investment, from the money point of view, it worth. And also from the result point of view, it worth, because you don't need to enter with a big tractor invading the terrain. You can spread less liquid, saving water, saving energy, and probably, it depends on scenario, saving time. Just to give you an idea, 1 hectare, 25 liters distribution in 8 minutes.
And the trade of organization of farmers, how many support you?
We have different customers. Also, big farmers, service provider who want to provide service to farmers, but also big consortia that group farmers that are big organization, and they are willing to see a very spread diffusion of this kind of tools.
But you furnish a solution that means to have to buy the platform and all is related, or you are a service provider?
No, we are technology provider. We help service provider to provide, or end user, to use this kind of new technology as the best they can. We provide maintenance, we provide training, we provide support. We need to see that these tools must be used as traditional tools in the same way as industrial tools. So they need a spare part, they need service. When a farmer is on the field, he doesn't like to stop his activity at all. So you need to provide him the capability to have a continuous service.
Okay, any questions? No. Well, I thanks Paolo for all the involvement in our session. Thank you. I don't know, you stay here till tomorrow or you leave? Yes, we see tomorrow. Many thanks. Now, we now are going to ground. No, we stay in air up to now. But we now will present a solution that is operating on ground, but of course I believe is not isolated and is integrated in a system where flying platforms are involved. Okay, Federico Pausano from Eagle Project will present an original application from my point of view, but a really interesting solution, particularly for application in area where it's difficult to be reached or is difficult to perform. We can start for the demo, or you want to have some introduction?
Faccio una introduzione.
Yeah.
Mi perdonerete, ma parlerò in italiano. Allora, per presentarvi questo prodotto, innanzitutto faccio un velocissimo excursus su chi siamo. Noi siamo un'azienda che nasce nel 2016, quindi siamo... Scusatemi. Dicevo, per farvi capire bene da dove viene questo prodotto, faccio un velocissimo excursus su chi siamo. Noi siamo Eagle Project, nasciamo nel 2016 come startup e il nostro obiettivo era portare un'innovazione nel settore software di progettazione della fibra ottica. In brevissimo tempo siamo cresciuti esponenzialmente, basti pensare che oggi siamo più di 500. I nostri settori di applicazioni principali sono quindi progettazione, elaborazione di reti FTTH, direzione lavori, sviluppo software, in particolare nell'implementazione di WebGIS, rilevamento dettagliato, questo svolto mediante i droni, mapping terrestre con laser scanner e georadar e, cosa fondamentale, ricerca e sviluppo. La nostra, diciamo, expertise ci ha portato a trovare dei punti dove non possiamo più fare a meno dei droni ad aria, perché ci offrono mobilità e copertura, perché ci offrono visione panoramica, grazie a loro possiamo mappare terreni, creare mappe 3D super dettagliate oggi come oggi. E soprattutto abbiamo anche un accesso importante a luoghi inaccessibili, dove prima era impossibile svolgere le operazioni di mapping. Tuttavia però rimaneva un dubbio. Quali possono essere i vantaggi di un drone da terra? Questo perché abbiamo individuato le principali mancanze dei droni ad aria. Il drone da terra abbiamo visto che ha elevata capacità di carico rispetto a un drone da aria, o meglio, è più facile per loro trasportare carichi pesanti con un consumo energetico inferiore. Altra cosa molto importante, e sicuramente tutti voi che siete del settore ci avete sbattuto la testa, ci sono importanti limitazioni nel volo e parlo di burocrazia e limitazioni. Al momento i droni da terra non hanno queste restrizioni e, ultimo ma non meno importante, la resistenza agli agenti atmosferici. Questo perché nel momento in cui le condizioni non permettono di volare, le operazioni devono essere inevitabilmente interrotte. E quindi, come dicevo prima, in collaborazione con il nostro reparto di ricerca e sviluppo, abbiamo trovato la soluzione innovativa, ma che può aiutare nel lavoro di tutti i giorni. E questo è il cane robot. Se la regia vuole mandarmi il video Robodog. Quali sono quindi i principali casi d'uso del nostro cane robot? Sicuramente, come prima cosa, metterei l'esplorazione ambientale. I cani robot possono essere impiegati per esplorare ambienti difficili da raggiungere per esseri umani, possono anche arrivare in terreni più impervi come possono essere aree remote, aree inospitali, foreste. Questi robot possono inoltre raccogliere dati ambientali, misurare la qualità dell'aria, dell'acqua, monitorare la biodiversità e persino rilevare incendi o sversamenti di sostanze chimiche. Abbiamo anche il monitoraggio agricolo. Nell'agricoltura i cani robot possono essere utilizzati per raccogliere dati sui terreni, sulle culture, anche in condizioni meteorologiche avverse. Possono contribuire quindi a ottimizzare la produzione agricola, migliorandone la resa e riducendone lo spreco delle risorse. Altro punto molto importante è il rilevamento di malattie contaminanti. Nell'ambito sanitario, infatti, i cani robot possono rilevare contaminanti e malattie in modo estremamente efficiente. Possono essere organizzati e programmati per analizzare campioni biologici o ambientali sempre in tempo reale, consentendone così di individuarne rapidamente agenti neopatogeni o sostanze inquinanti. Altro caso d'uso, dove tra l'altro noi al momento siamo presenti come azienda, è il monitoraggio delle infrastrutture. I cani robot possono essere impiegati quindi per ispezionare infrastrutture come ponti, dighe, oleodotte e linee elettriche. Possono inoltre rilevare anomalie, usura, danni e contribuendo quindi alla manutenzione preventiva e alla sicurezza. Al momento il nostro cane robot è impiegato in un progetto in Grecia dove va a ispezionare appunto le perdite dell'acqua dell'impianto fognario e stiamo cominciando a utilizzarlo anche all'interno dei cantieri dove l'umano non può arrivare o in una situazione troppo pericolosa, noi possiamo mandare il nostro cane robot. Per quanto riguarda l'hardware che utilizziamo, abbiamo visto come al momento nel mercato i due player più grandi sono Boston Dynamics e Unitree. Noi abbiamo stretto una partnership con Unitree, loro ci forniscono l'hardware del cane robot e noi ne stiamo scrivendo il software, customizzandolo poi anche in base alle richieste del cliente. Al momento come equipaggiamento di base abbiamo termocamera e camera RGB, ma spesso e volentieri viene equipaggiato con un sensore LiDAR per scannerizzare l'ambiente e ricostruire il 3D delle varie zone. È tutto il giorno che se venite ai nostri panel c'è il robot che ogni tanto fa i giretti e quando volete venite a trovarci, insomma.
No, la prima riflessione così, tanto per chiudere in leggerezza, è anche da accompagnamento?
Può essere anche c'è un po' di problemi che fa molto energivoro, però dai, un'ora e mezza di passeggiata basta e avanti.
Ah, vabbè, non è aggressivo.
Non è aggressivo.
Beh, no, io credo sia importante anche questo aspetto, no? Cioè noi sicuramente abbiamo parlato di cose che stavano per aria, ma credo che ampliare la visione anche a soluzioni che possono essere tranquillamente integrate con quelle proposte sino a prima sia un elemento importante, no? Cioè, quindi benvengano queste soluzioni, ma voi lo vendete il cane o fornite il servizio col cane?
Noi vendiamo sia l'hardware perché siamo partner ufficiali di Unitree, quindi come rivenditori italiani siamo noi. Forniamo anche il software.
No, ma non i servizi, cioè quindi non i servizi con l'uso del robot?
Anche servizi.
Anche servizi. Okay.
Assolutamente.
Bene, e quante applicazioni avete? Curiosità, se è possibile dare indicazioni.
Quante?
Applicazioni operative avete?
Allora, al momento abbiamo il nostro software di WebGIS che parla direttamente col cane e anche un visualizzatore di scan LiDAR 3D che viene dato insieme al cane, quindi le scan che fa il cane vengono direttamente inviate alla nostra piattaforma cloud e sono sempre accessibili da tutti.
Va bene. Domande? No.
Perfetto.
Hai avuto la possibilità di far girare il cane tutto il giorno, ti è toccata sì. L'ultima sessione, ma è tipico di questi convegni, però credo che tu possa aver presentato la tua soluzione, la presenterai ancora domani.
Assolutamente, chiunque vuole venire a trovare noi e il cane, vi aspettiamo nel nostro padiglione.
Sì, tutti vogliono il cane, credo, trovare lui, ma chi se ne frega.
Giustamente.
Grazie.
Grazie a tutti.
Grazie. Vabbè, credo che siamo arrivati nonostante tutto alla fine. Credo che partendo, may I to speak in English or I can speak in Italian? Ma quest'ora qui parlo, tutto vi prometto che io parlerei volentieri piemontese, ma credo che vi abbiamo fornito un quadro di quello che sono i progressi in corso in questo momento, chiaramente non esaustivo, limitativo, ma credo sia stato dato il senso di un sistema vivace, un ambiente vivace che deve avere una sua esatta collocazione nella sua validità ma soprattutto deve incominciare a essere visto nel valore che crea. E credo che siamo vicini a questi discorsi, perché quando il valore di un prodotto, di una soluzione diventa importante, anche tutto quello che è il contorno perché questa soluzione possa essere applicata ne tiene conto perlomeno in maniera diversa, no? Cioè, quindi la maturità del sistema è sicuramente condizionata dalla maturità del prodotto, ma credo che in questo caso, essendo veramente una tecnologia disruptive, no? È un salto tecnologico, forse non tanto nell'evoluzione delle singoli componenti, ma nell'assieme delle tecnologie messe insieme e soprattutto in quello che sono i nuovi concetti d'uso. Io ribadisco questo aspetto, è importante avere un approccio diverso rispetto a quello che è stato fino ad oggi con l'utilizzo dei sistemi pilotati. Siamo, credo, sulla strada giusta, nessuno si sente di essere su una strada in discesa, siamo in salita, ma credo che le aperture che ci sono possano darci perlomeno una spinta a salire più veloci. Grazie.
Grazie Silvano. After a morning and afternoon dedicated to the industrial sector, the role and the application of the drone, few words, we close the day by the meeting tomorrow morning at 9:30. A domani.